nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a lot on the agenda today, and we have a lot participating and a lot of folks that are interested in the discussion. We're going to do a couple of things before we get started with the work session, and I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Klein now, and he has something to say about these paintings we see here.
So good morning, everyone. These paintings that are sitting in front of us, this is a result from a contest that was held in the Copper Corridor with just local artists, kids and young adults. And it was put together to celebrate the local talent and heritage of the Copper Corridor. And this is part of what came out of that. The theme was on mining, and so there was 25 entries, and they've been showcased around, and like I said, it's part of the youth art contest. But these three are from Aubrey Torres, number 16, and she's from Hayden Winkleman. Eli Webb, number 29, from Miami, and Mila Verdugo from Miami. All took the top spots, these three. And so what's going to happen is these pictures will actually be painted on murals on some buildings in the Copper Corridor. So those kids did a very, very good job on this, and they each were awarded $500 a piece for this. So anyway, thank you all, and that's about it.
Very good. And they're quite good, excellent looking. So let's move on to item 2A. I'm going to ask Mary Springer if she'd come forward. And we all remember Mary as she's now the retired chief financial officer for Gila County, and she is very active in the Elks Club of Payson, which is club, what's the number?
2154.
2154. She is now the exalted ruler, and that is great. So, Mary, we have information, discussion, and action to adopt a proclamation. It's number 2024-02, proclaiming May 1st through the 7th as Youth Week in Gila County. Could you fill us in on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, supervisors. Every year, the National Elks Association designates the first week in May as National Elks Youth Week. And they encourage local governments, state governments, and different organizations to do something and work with youth, promote youth, because they're our future. And we need to nurture and mentor them into adulthood. So they retired, so they come up and take over for us someday. And so some of the things that the Elks Club does is we partner with local nonprofits such as Payson Community Kids. We're going to be having an art project working with those kids. We worked with the health department. The Elks provided a couple bicycles for their bike safety rodeo that they got going on. But we also, throughout the year, we do a Clothe a Child program. We have a Halloween party, those kind of events for the children. But in the state, we also have two major projects. One is the Steele Children's Research Center. That's in Tucson, Arizona. And they take in kids at no cost that have childhood illnesses and diseases. And they try and find cures and advancement in medicine for those children. Also, the youth camp in Young, Woody, I think you probably know where that is, Workman's Creek. That's a camp that the Elks have as one of their major projects. Every year we go down there the last week in April to get it ready, and that camp is open from sometime in May to about the end of September, and it's free for youth organizations. So anybody that has a youth group that wants to go and stay at that camp can do that free, and they can go on the Elks website and make reservations. So those are some of the things that the Elks do to support our youth.
Thank you, Barry. Supervisor Humphrey, any comments or questions?
No, I have a great appreciation. I'm an Elk member as well, and so I understand what they do, and they're very much appreciated.
Thank you, Supervisor Klein.
Mary, thank you. It's real important, and that Elks Camp right there on Workman Creek's been there for quite a while now,
Quite a while.
quite a long time, and I know it gets used a lot through the summer, so thanks for keeping that going.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mary. So you came and said, we'd like for Gila County to support this. So if it's all right, I'll read the proclamation right now. So it's a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of Gila County, Arizona, proclaiming May 1st through May 7th, 2024 as Youth Week in Gila County. Whereas the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks has designated May 1 through 7 as Youth Week in honor America's junior citizens for their accomplishments and to give fitting recognition of their services to community, state, and national. And whereas Payson Elks Lodge 2154 will sponsor an observance during the week in tribute to the junior citizens of this community. And whereas no event could be more deserving of this support and participation than one dedicated to these young people who present the nation's greatest resource and who in the years ahead will assume the responsibilities for the advancement of our free society. And whereas our youth need the guidance, inspiration, and encouragement that we alone can give in order to help develop those qualities of character essential for future leadership and go forth to serve America. And whereas to achieve this worthy objective, we should demonstrate our partnership with youth, our understanding of their hopes and aspirations, and a sincere willingness to help prepare them in every way for the responsibilities and opportunities of citizenship. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Gila County Board of Supervisors, hereby proclaim May 1st through 7th, 2024 as Youth Week. And with that, I will call for a motion to codify that.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you very much, and I've left a little token of our appreciation on the dais.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Thank you, Mary.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to see you again.
You too.
Item 2B, information, discussion, action to adopt proclamation 2024-03 proclaiming April 2024 as Fair Housing Month in Gila County. We have Josh Beck.
So it was brought to my attention towards the end of the month, so apologize for that, that part of receiving community development block grant funds for community services requires us to proclaim each year in April as Equal Fair Housing Month. So we brought this to the board. Obviously, here in Gila County and throughout the state, we have checks and balances at the local level and at the state level to make sure that everything we do with our CDBG income gets given out by order of people come to us in by need. So.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Supervisor Humphrey.
No, I think it's great for all you do and all that you reach for, so appreciate it.
Supervisor Clinton.
Thank you, Josh.
Yes, thank you, Josh. Let me read the proclamation. A proclamation of the Gila County Board of Supervisors proclaiming April as Fair Housing Month in Gila County. Whereas the Civil Rights Act of 1968, commonly known as the Federal Fair Housing Act, and the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988 prohibit discrimination in the sale, rental, leasing, and financing of housing or land to be used for the construction of housing or in the provision of brokerage services on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, disability, family status, or national origin. And whereas, excuse me, the 1968 and 1988 Fair Housing Act declares that it is a national policy to ensure equal opportunity in housing. And whereas April has traditionally been designated as Fair Housing Month in the United States, now therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the Gila County Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim April as Fair Housing Month in Gila County and do hereby urge all citizens of this county to comply with the letter and spirit of the Fair Housing Act. And with that, I will call for a motion to codify.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to adopt proclamation number 2024-03, proclaiming April 24 as Fair Housing Month in Gila County.
No, Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
Now we have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you, Josh. Okay. And item 2C is information discussion regarding the intergovernmental agreement number 01072022 that is between Gila County and the Gila County Provisional Community College District. We have several members of the board with us. I believe Jan Brocker will be leading the discussion first. And I would just remind everyone that this is a work session. So at any point during the presentation or process, I would encourage each supervisor to jump in if they have a question, a comment, or anything that they would like to do. So Jan, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you. All right. Chairman Christensen, county supervisors, county administrators, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to provide this update on activities related to the current IGA with Gila County. Over the past 20 years, any steps toward achieving accreditation have not been successful, primarily because GCC had not built the infrastructure necessary to demonstrate sustainability as an independent community college and to begin the accreditation process. We're hopeful that the information that's presented today will assure you that we have accelerated our efforts and that the investment in the college has been a sound one. I ask that everybody hold their questions until the end, since we have a lot of material to cover and we want to respect everybody's time. And we know that you have other items on the agenda. So on that note, and in the interest of time, just a brief overview. We do have a strategic plan for the college. I felt like extracting the mission statement and then one other page will give you some idea of what we've worked on or what we stand for. So if you'll notice in the mission statement that basically that first paragraph, that as a community college, we really focus on the academic, or what we would call traditional college coursework, career development and technical training skills, often referred to as workforce development, and a lot of that is through our career and technical education districts that we work with, what we call the CTEDs, both NAVIT and CIVIT, and finally, life enrichment courses. They're all important to us. As a result of our SWOT analysis within the strategic plan and the goals and objectives developed, we focused on what we call critical success factors. We have 7 of them. You'll see that they're all very important. They, again, can measure the success we have. But for today's presentation, we're going to focus on the first 3 because they actually set the groundwork to enable us to carry out the other 4. All right, so we'll start with the college infrastructure, and to lead that off, I'd like to introduce Sean Wakefield, who is our IT specialist. Sean?
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. So I'm Sean Wakefield, and I've been in IT. I worked on the information systems for Eastern Arizona College for about 13 years, where I met Dr. Lawhorn and Lori Avila. I've been working with Gila County to identify software systems that we can put in place to make all the rest of it possible. So this is an eye chart. I apologize for that, but it has a lot of information on it. We really wanted to try to dial in how much everything is going to cost, and that's going to be a big focus, but not also what it costs, but that it'll do the job. We had a pretty exhaustive search over a number of systems. We have narrowed our options down to a couple, and the needs that we have are represented in the top column or row up in that table. The SIS is the Student Information System, which has all of the records. It makes it possible for students to register for classes. That's kind of the heart of the whole system and the most expensive piece. The LMS is a learning management system, and we included this. We have a system that we've evaluated. The system, the student information system we've picked has an LMS, but we're not sure if it has all of the functionality we need. So we included a separate LMS that we know will meet the needs of the college if need be. So we included that so we kind of have an idea of what the budget would be if needed. Also, along with that, the catalog is a piece of software that we definitely need that allows us to present all the information to the students and the public of what programs are available. Syllabus and curriculum, we don't think we'll need those, but again, we included them just in the interest of making sure we have all of our I's dotted. The year total there and the no syllabus or curriculum, that's kind of the number. There's another column though. Dr. Brocker asked me to present basically the lowest and everything. So the lowest amount for a 5-year total cost would be $140,000 a year for the high over 5 years. And that represents about $500,000. Just to give you some perspective, a couple of the other systems, one of which EAC adopted, that we were considering in the beginning, they're a lot bigger systems for bigger schools. But just the implementation costs alone for those, Anthology that EAC adopted, it was going to be $1.5 to $1.7 million just for the first year implementation. So a 5-year cost of $500,000 is a significant decrease in cost for that. So we're pretty excited and happy about the systems that we found to hopefully put in place. With an LMS included, actually with everything included, the total upper limit of the cost would be about $725,000 over 5 years, and that represents $186,000 per year as the high, because all of these have escalators as each year goes on. They add 3%, so we just extracted that out, and that's where we came up with the numbers. So that's kind of everything on a board that we're looking for that needs to be in place for Gila College to be able to offer programs.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask if there's any questions at this juncture. So Supervisor Humphrey.
I have no questions.
Fine.
So this system that you're looking at right here, is that something that will help you guys towards accreditation? Is this what
Yeah,
is one of the pieces you need?
It's absolutely essential, and that's one of the reasons, like the catalog system, we had to include as a separate piece. Our student information system didn't have that functionality, but that is one of the things that we need for accreditation. So we need to be able to, and the LMS is also part of that. Each of those have pieces that if the SIS doesn't have, we'll need for like learning outcomes, course programs, to be able to, show what each program is going to do. A student can look up and say, I want to be a nurse. They can look at the learning outcomes for that program and say, all right, at the end of this, I should be able to do this. That's not one of the things that the student information system does that we need for accreditation. So that's where we kind of identified all of the needs that we need for accreditation and to offer programs, and those are the systems in place.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Thank you, Sean. I have no questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Janice Walhorn. I'm the interim college president. I would like to provide members a handout that will really tell you what we've been working on in much more detail than what we're going to tell you about today. So one of the very first things that we started on, and again, I got hired in August of 2022. And so I've been the interim president for about 20 months. In the last 20 months, we have written over 75 policies and procedures. A lot of those, again, on that list that I've handed you, talks about each one of those being a step toward accreditation. We have to have this policy in place on academic standards, on academic integrity, and so we put those things together. I've worked very closely with the consultants as well as our attorney on every policy and procedure that has gone through the board as well. One of the first things I started to do was to get some of our banking and investment accounts set up. So I created an account, worked with Treasurer Canals at the time to set up a local government investment pool through the Arizona State Treasurer's Office. Since then, it has earned over $500,000 in interest, which I think was a good plan for us. Another thing that we're looking at, and the board actually just approved last week is some board document software. I'd actually been out to your website and saw how organized things were, and so we've come up with a way to be much more transparent with the public. The community grants, I'd like to thank Robin Bradford with FMI, who's been very supportive of our community investment funds. About 2 years ago, right before I retired from EAC, I had written a grant for the Regional Training Center, the Globe Miami Regional Training Center. We received a matching grant from FMI for $300,000 to upgrade our welding program and our HVAC program. So I don't know if you've had an opportunity to stop and see what's going on at the Regional Training Center, but please do. We also wrote another grant just this last year. I worked with the Community Investment Fund as well as Arizona Complete Health. We were awarded a matching grant for $100,000 to buy nursing mannequins for our nursing program here in town. We also, and I thought you might want just a little update on the Law Enforcement Training Academy since you were so generous in supporting that as well, but all of the work is complete out at the Globe, or out at the gun range, the Globe Miami gun range, right? Okay, so all the work is complete. We are in the process of getting with Arizona Post, who has to come out and do an inspection. Okay. Sorry.
Members of the Supervisory Board and Managers, thank you for allowing us to be here. Continuing on with the building of the necessary infrastructure for independence and accreditation and Gila Community College, I have had the pleasure of working on several aspects of that within the human resources system to prepare for direct employment and personnel for Gila Community College. We applied for and established the necessary federal and state payroll tax accounts and began researching human resources information systems and payroll processing platforms. We obtained and implemented a comprehensive combined human resources and payroll management system through ADP. This allowed us to hire our first direct employee. With the approval of our Section 218 modification agreement between the Social Security Administration and the state of Arizona, we have filed our membership application documents with the Arizona State Retirement System. And we have researched and selected the Arizona School Boards Association Trust, or Association Insurance Trust, which is a pooled risk management environment for our employee insurance benefits. We have targeted July 1st of this year as the start date for both important benefit programs. Within the organizational structure or charts, considerable thought and discussion has taken place as we developed our future vision org chart, or the organizational structure. We are fortunate to have existing, knowledgeable, experienced, and loyal Gila County College employees. By evaluating the strengths and career goals of existing employees to determine best fit for our future positions and responsibilities, we anticipate transitioning those individuals who choose to become Gila Community College employees, thus allowing Gila County residents to continue contributing to the communities and economies of this county. And within the financial and accounting systems, policies, procedures, and the necessary infrastructure, including a comprehensive general ledger and budgeting and financial reporting capabilities, are being developed to support the academic and operational capabilities and of an independent community college. A critical component of this development is ensuring the capacity and ease of transferring accounting and financial data between all of the Gila Community College's information technology platforms and infrastructure that was spoken about earlier. We are progressing on all of these. Thank you for your time.
Excuse me, do you have any
Yes.
questions, Supervisor Humphrey?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Clark?
I'm good as well, thank you.
Well, I was going to ask real quick.
Yes, sir.
So are you in the process of hiring an HR person, or did you just say that you have one?
Okay, our first hire was made possible, and our first hire is actually Erin McCord, who is with us today, as the administrative assistant to the Gila County Provisional Community College District Board. I am serving as the HR professional at this point in time and have contracted and developed all of the different components of the ADP HRIS, which is Human Resources Information and Payroll System that we purchased. And those processes and all of those components have been developed by myself and the other consultants, as well as the board, to allow us to hire additional employees. And HR may certainly be one of the transitioning employees that we hope to bring in from current college employees.
And you're pretty confident that you're going to be able to get your, what is needed for the retirement system by July 1?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members, supervisors. Mary Springer, and I'm also a consultant with the community college. And I was brought on back in March of last year to help with policy development and procurement to make sure that when we do go out for an SIS system or an LMS or any of these, even ADP, that we have researched it properly and we've bid on it properly. So that way, when we do make an award, we've done it to our procurement policies, which I also was instrumental in putting together. The accounting software that they spoke about, we did extensive research on that as well. And each one of these pieces have to be put together, as Dr. Lawhorn talked about, for the accreditation process. We just want to make sure that we're following the rules as we go and we're doing it properly. So procurement, RFQs, RFPs, bidding, quoting, that's the part that I take care of and make sure that we do follow our processes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mary.
Alrighty, so the pie chart up there shows you our FY22 revenues. Unfortunately, our audit has not yet been completed. We did not receive our data, and so our CPA is currently working on that, and we have extended the deadline to June 30th of 2024. If you'll notice, approximately 70% of the district's revenues come from the Gila County primary tax levy, and 20% come from some Arizona state funding sources, including operations, which is workforce development, smart and safe funds, rural aid. Approximately 10% is from some miscellaneous contracts and investment earnings, and next year that is going to be a bigger piece of pie on our investment earnings for sure. Questions about this one before I move on?
Jump in if you have them.
No?
I have no questions.
No?
but-
Okay.
Okay. So as you look at this, you might have heard back in, if you've been around for a while, in 2010, there was a Senate Subtask Force Committee who completed a study that said, you know, are they really financially stable? Can they really do this? If you look at our net position from 2010 through 2022, you can see that we have significantly increased where we are. The college is debt-free, owns all property and other physical assets outright, and its net position has steadily improved. If you'll notice too, and you know that we have the option to seek voter approval on general election date to increase the primary property tax levy for the college, but we will not be doing so at this time. I believe we have a 2%, which we're allowed to every year, but we are not going to ask for additional tax funds.
So, Doctor, I see the number, okay, I see the chart and all that, but is there a point where you're going to talk about the expenses or the projected expenses?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
okay.
Actually, Larry will do that, but
Okay,
yes,
thanks.
absolutely.
So
Yes,
I have
sir.
a question for you.
Mhm.
In 2012, you were up pretty good, and then you dropped in 2013. Why was that? And then built back up.
Oh, the building was completed in Payson. So I
Okay.
don't know why there was a drop in funds. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Drop? But then they expended the funds on the building in Payson.
Okay, all right.
Anything else? No? Okay. Laurie?
Thank you again. As mentioned previously, forecasting and budgeting is an important part of planning for our future. Presented here is a brief budget overview for the current fiscal year, the next fiscal year estimate, which starts in 2 months, and the first Gila Community College developed budget for fiscal year 26. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget is adjusted by the estimated 25% administrative fee of the previous years and the additional anticipated expenses of additional personnel, the direct employment of a college president and 2 vice presidents with associated benefits, and COLA opportunities for all personnel. The IT system expenses, as discussed by Mr. Wakefield a little bit earlier. ACCJC anticipated expenses as we continue on with the accreditation process with this organization. And a deferred maintenance fund, which are funds allocated to build new restrooms on the Gila Pueblo campus to address the older failing plumbing infrastructure and any other necessary maintenance items that may present. The removal of the administrative fee and the additional expenses combined represents a net savings of approximately $600,000 in the first year, even allowing for completing critical deferred maintenance. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So explain the 25% because there's a whole lot of people sitting in this room that did not pick up on that.
Okay, if I may. That 25% administrative fee is written into our current IGA with our accredited community college that we're working with right now. And what that is Gila Community College pays all of the operating expenses for our programs within Gila County. And then the partner institution also collects an additional 25% on all of those expenses and fees that we have paid originally as an administration or an operating fee. And so in anticipation of the current IGA ending on July 1st, 2025, which is in that fiscal year 26, then we will no longer be paying that additional 25% overhead operational administrative fee. But we do recognize that we will have then these additional expenses that will now be ours that were previously covered with that administrative fee. Again, that brings us to a net savings of $600,000 approximately.
Just the 25%.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then go ahead.
As you can see, in our current fiscal year budget, that 25% operational or administrative fee is approximately $1.4 million. We expect in fiscal year 25, that's starting on July 1st of this next year, to be in that same neighborhood, $1.5 million. And then as we bring it back to our control and our operation, we're able to, first of all, save that $1.5 million and even accounting for additional expenses that will come in as we begin determining our own finances and uses of those finances. Those additional expenses will nowhere near meet that 1.5 million that we expect to save, thus the net savings in just that first year. And it will continue from there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, just let me clarify one thing. When we show an additional 600,000 for personnel on this slide, we have fully staffed campuses. We're paying their salaries through EAC. We're paying their benefits plus the 25% overhead for each one of those individuals. So the only positions that we see that will be necessary, we will need a college president, because that is not right now, that's currently funded through the IGA with the county. A few other adjustments on some salaries, but we expect that we have the personnel that we need to run the college, okay, with those exceptions. Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Before I move on to our next critical success factor, which is, and I'm sorry, it's a little tough to read, but the accreditation timeline. I'm able to share this with you, and again, I do so with a few sort of conditions or caveats. This is the plan that we put together. We are applying for accreditation through the Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior Colleges. Previous to 2019, they could only accredit colleges in California, Hawaii, and a few of the islands that belong to the U.S. With 2019, Department of Education allowed what had been formerly regional accreditation agencies to offer their services nationwide. So we, after talking with them, we realized that this would be a much better fit, not only because they focus on two-year colleges, but because of the responsiveness that we've had with them. So again, I need to caution everyone and say that we cannot imply when or even if we will receive accreditation. We are in the process now, but we are happy to share this information with the public, hopefully keeping it as much under the radar as possible. What this shows, and it's a little hard to tell, we have achieved milestones 1 and 2 on this. The second one being the eligibility application, submitting that report. It's kind of it's a multi-level process, but basically we had to apply to see if we were eligible to move on with the process. We had a goal of submitting that by May 1st, which would be tomorrow. I'm happy to report that that was submitted last Friday. Okay, so they did receive it on April 26th. We have a liaison there that reviewed our draft, pointed out any changes that we needed to make, and we should hear of the eligibility determination within a couple of weeks. Actually, Dr. Lawhorn and I are going to their annual conference, and we may, I believe it's May 9th and 10th, and we may have an answer then as to whether or not we're allowed to move forward. Let me tell you that if we're allowed to move forward, it's because they believe that we have all of the pieces in place to be successful. So the original timeline when we wrote the IGA with the county was based on applying through the Higher Learning Commission. And that's the agency that most Arizona colleges are accredited through. ACCJC, who we're going with, is a branch of what's called WASC, Western Accredited or Association of Schools and Colleges. They're the four-year university operation. They accredit Stanford, UCLA, USC, all of the 4 years there, and ACCJC just focuses on the 2-year. After we complete the process, and we'll refer back to it a little bit more, but there will be some additional processes that we need to complete within the state to be fully organized, to receive federal financial aid, all of those things. We are communicating and will continue to communicate with those state agencies, and hopefully we will continue all of those processes while we are submitting what's called an ICER. Okay, so Whoops. Don't turn it upside down. Okay, so again, we have submitted the eligibility application. Hopefully by mid-May, we will confirm the eligibility. Then we go into a process of what's called the Institutional Self-Evaluation Report, or ISER, that we will plan to submit by August 1st. And at that point, then there is a visit on campus in, I believe, October. It's tentatively set. The commission meets in January, and if all goes well, we could have candidacy status by February or March of next year. So what that means is that with a candidacy, even though we still have more steps to be fully accredited, we would be able to accredit our own degrees, certificates, all of our own programs. Any questions?
Yeah, I have one, and okay, if everything goes well and we get to March 2025, what's the cost gonna be?
We have that built into the budget, okay? So I'll tell you about that in just a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Jan, what if this doesn't work out? What's your next game plan?
We'll talk about that too, because
Okay.
that's very important,
Yeah.
okay? All right, so the third critical success factor, of course, is contracts for educational services. We've stopped talking about it being an educational partner because really, all along, we were contracting for another community college to provide services to the college. As you can tell from the presentations, we will no longer need the business side of our own operation. But thanks to a bill that was introduced by Representative Cook, and it was House Bill 2039 that has been passed into law, we can now look at not only contracting with other community college districts, but also the public universities, the four-year universities, and possibly the tribal colleges. Okay, so that has been opened up to us thanks to that bill. We've been pursuing educational contracts with both the four-year public universities and the tribal colleges. Several positive steps have been taken, and this right now may need to only be a short-term solution. However, we are also looking at long-term relationships with these entities. Right now, we unfortunately can't make any announcements. As anybody in government knows, you can't jeopardize the progress by making an announcement too soon. But I promise, once we are able to make an announcement and we have at least a memorandum of an understanding in hand, we will make sure that everybody is aware. We're very optimistic about establishing contractual relationship with a four-year university, very well respected, that could greatly benefit our potential nursing students, our county, and rural health care in general. Something this important requires a great deal of thoughtfulness and attention to detail to ensure it is well constructed and making sure it's mutually beneficial. Other initiatives could result in a collaborative effort to expand workforce training, STEM offerings within the county, throughout the northeast quadrant of Arizona, and potentially into the Four Corners area that include Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. So those are some of the things that we're working on. We didn't wait for the bill to be passed. We've been working on that pretty much nonstop. And now, we'll talk about the budget that we have in place.
All right, so this slide indicates how the funds received from Gila County have supported the progress we've made and provides a forecast of how the funds will continue to support our efforts to reach our mutual goals of an independent and accredited community college. You can see that the first year, again, I didn't get hired until August of 2022. In the spring, we hired our consultants, and then of course we had carryover after our first year. You can see the expenses that were there, the carryover of $87,000 coming forward. We knew that we were going to have some additional expenses moving forward, and so I said we've been advertising for positions. Jan and I are going to go to Orange County for the travel. And then I said, we mentioned that we're going to have that board package software so that we can be more transparent with our constituents. Okay?
Did you cover
Thank you.
all three? Okay, as you can see, at the end of year 3 for the IGA, we do show a deficit. At that point, of course, we'll have other expenses that we'll need to take out of the college budget. But we've only presented the 3-year budget, even though it's a 5-year IGA. Because at this point in time, again, we always have to say, if all goes well, and we expect it to go well, we will not need the full 5 years. We should be able to move forward as an independent community college in July, as of July 1, 2025. Okay, so that's why the budget hasn't gone any further. All right. All right, so here's some of the things that could influence both our success and create challenges.
So we understand how change and uncertainty can cause concern. Please be assured that our team is committed to ensuring the transition for our students and employees is as seamless as possible. We hope the information provided will assure you that the leadership team's collective experience, knowledge, and tenacity have been key in expediting the accreditation process. In addition to our specialists and our administrative assistant, who you met earlier, Erin McCord, they're all here today, and we want you to know that we are working diligently on this process. We also want to acknowledge the guidance from our government relations consultant, James Canlon, our attorney, Anthony Contente Como, as well as the tremendous support from Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson and District 7 State Representative, Mr. David Cook.
The GCC Gila County IGA does not fall under state expenditure limits, okay? So I want everybody to understand, like a lot of the school districts in the state, we have a particular cap on what we can spend every year, regardless of what we have in the bank. So the value to us of the IGA with Gila County is it doesn't fall under that expenditure limit, and especially since our student enrollments have been dropping, and we'll explain that in just a moment, and our expenses have unfortunately increased without any control over either. It could mean that we have to pay a state-imposed penalty in fiscal year 24. There's a House Bill 2089 that would raise expenditure limits for the community colleges, but it seems to be in a stalemate right now in the Arizona legislature. So last year they proposed it, and it never gained any traction. We're doing our best to alert various Arizona state agencies to our progress and future plans and work with them in case that expenditure limit is, that the penalties are higher. And finally, when we talk about community trust and a vision, we're grateful for the support that we've received over the past year from the employees and the communities in Gila County. The good news is that we've achieved, honestly, in 20 months, what has been more than 20 years in the making. We look forward to continuing the progress toward candidacy status and the initial accreditation. And you have our word that we will share any new developments as they're announced. So again, just thinking about the support, or on the opposite side, any obstacles might come from these particular factors. Just a quick note on the student enrollments, or what's always referred to as FTSE. You can see it was very healthy. 2010 was when there was a recession. A lot of people went back to school. We were tracking about an average of about 600 a year. The last 3 years between COVID and losing our online courses, our educational partner determined that they would count those enrollments toward their FTSE numbers, so we'd lost those. So yes, the footsie have gone down. Footsie indicates your expenditure limits. So we've got those going down, expenses going higher. And again, none of that's been under our control. It just points out the importance of taking control back of our college. Now I'm going to turn it over to 3 of the other governing board members to talk about how we're going to serve our community in the future.
Chairman, supervisors, administration staff. Fernando Shipley, I'm the newest board member, or was the newest board member until Mickey and I got on, but small business, being a small business owner in Gila County is really important, and having more programs designed to help people be prepared to enter business and help businesses is really important to us. Also, another trend that's going on is instead of having to get a whole degree, you could actually do workshops and seminars to build a skill set specific to what you need for your workforce. Associate degrees, us being in control of our own path, we can meet the needs of the community much quicker. And one of the things that we really focused on is our dual credit programs, and that really helps our students because it's a great way for them to build college credits as well as fulfill their high school requirements, and at a very nominal cost to the student. They might just have to pay fees, but we're able to cover a lot of that cost, and so that really helps. Some of our kids are actually graduate. They'll walk with a 2-year degree before they'll walk for their high school graduation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Connie Cockrell. I'm secretary on the board, and I do want to continue looking at how we can serve our communities in the future. One of the things is community and educational partnerships, and we do that now, of course, but we want to expand those so that we can partner with other organizations to provide services for our students. And our students, let me drop down to enrichment courses, are both high school students and some pre-high school students, and as well as, at least in Payson, if not here in Globe in Miami, we have a fairly senior population. These enrichment courses can sometimes mean the difference between them living or slowly passing away. We had a woman I know personally, her husband passed a few years ago. She's been taking the personal history class every single year. She's made friends. She's learned more about herself and the things that she likes to do. And that has really helped her deal with her grief. And in addition, enrichment courses offer lifelong learning. It's so important for us not to say, oh, I graduated high school, or oh, I graduated college, and then you stop learning anything. This is the best place. Community colleges are the absolute best place to continue that lifelong learning. And also, we want to talk about our STEM programs. We have, because of the nursing programs, we have some really good science programs. But now we've just started offering pilot training at the Payson campus. We've just started offering the opportunity for high school students to work on astronomy projects where their name will be on the paper they issue, real scientific published papers. Can't be better than that. If you're a high school student and you're looking for your college, hey, I've got a published scientific paper with my name on it. That's the best thing ever.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Kirk Knaus. Full disclosure, I'm also on the board, but I am an employee of Freeport-McMoRan as their Superintendent of Technical Training. Just last week, recently, I attended a meeting for all North American technical trainers for Freeport, and they had an outside consultant that came in and said there's 3.8 million vacancies in industrial and construction trades in the United States that cannot be filled because there are not enough trained people. We have a tremendous opportunity here in southern Gila County and northern Gila County for workforce development activity. So we've worked very hard and diligently to improve the welding program at the RTC Center down in Claypool that has actually seen interest from outside of Gila County to attend those classes. We're looking at opportunities for housing. We're looking at for students and staff in the local area. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of cooperation between businesses, industry, and the college and other partners to pursue these endeavors. We definitely need additional workforce development in Southern Gila County. In conjunction with Freeport-McMoRan and the Civic program, we're pleased to announce that we're going to be working forward on an electrical and instrumentation program that was not possible previously due to the situation with the current accreditation or operational partner. So we're going to be moving forward with that directly with the Civic program, but that's also a program that could be handed off to the community colleges as they gets accreditation or a new partner. The need exists. I think everyone that is speaking to anyone in the community about workforce development knows that from the restaurants to the largest mining businesses we have here, staffing is short, and everyone is in need. I know businesses that are not working full time right now, or they're not in full operation, like restaurants. They're limiting their because of staff. So there's a lot of opportunity here. The demand is so high that I've seen typical new hire rotation cycles go from 1 week, once a month, to every other week now, and classes are full. So the opportunity is tremendous, and pursuing these opportunities, I'd like to personally thank Dr. Horn and Dr. Brockert, because it's been a lot of work. I think the AIP list that you were provided shows there's been a lot of work that's occurred in the last year just to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are just about done, but I apologize. Supervisor Klein, I did not answer your question about what would happen if things didn't fall into place. We, the worst case scenario that we see right now is that we would have a 1-year gap year next year. What that would impact is any of the 2-year programs. Okay, the DAC has indicated they will not start any students in those 2-year programs. There's basically the nursing program and the cosmetology. But again, what we have in the future, I think, will not only make up for that, but actually could prove to be a much better situation. 1-year programs, individual courses, dual credit courses at the high schools, those will all continue next year. Okay, so we will still be very busy at the college. Okay, so we'll wrap this up and then again open it up for questions.
Chairman Christensen, county supervisors, and county administrators, thank you for your attention, your time, and your support. We hope you agree the loci of control and responsibility for Gila County's educational future needs to reside in Gila County. When the governing board and district's leadership made the decision to prioritize building the college infrastructure and expediting the accreditation process, the original timeline for becoming an independent community college district was drastically compressed. Most importantly, it has greatly reduced the long-term dependence on an educational services contractor. While the risk was great, we feel the reward is even greater. The investment the Board of Supervisors has made in the college will reap rewards for the residents of Gila County for decades to come.
And again, as long as we're able to consistently move forward with the plans presented today, it is very realistic that we'll be able to reopen our doors as Gila Community College on July 1st, 2025. Thank you. I'll open it up for questions of any of our consultants, board members.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hawker. And I want to thank everyone who presented. Well done. I think the presentation was very well done, very well put together. I'm going to go a little out of order and make some comments myself, and then I will ask the supervisors to jump in at that point. So I've had several meetings with Dr. Brocker, and actually we all have. So This process has been kind of going on for a while. Now, I think you told me that you've been on the board for 10 years yourself.
I'm starting my 10th year.
Okay, 10
Or
years.
This is the beginning of my 10th year.
So the IGA that we have with the provisional college is $250,000 a year to support the achievement of full accreditation. And we've already given $500,000, and so we're looking at that point right there. If people don't know, the Board of Supervisors does not have any legal authority over the college district board. We can't tell you what to do or how to do it. That is, you are an elected official like many of the other elected officials. So the discretion that we have is whether or not to support financially in this IGA. Now, back as far as November of 22, I met with you, Doctor, and at that point, among many other things, you said we're about 2 or 3 years away from accreditation. So the accreditation process seems to be somewhat elusive. It's always 2 years, or it's always 2 or 3 years away. And you said that a year and a half ago. I'm not condemning you for that. Obviously, you thought that that would occur. And so as your presentation shows, we're just now partnering with someone to start that process that may still take a couple of years or more. But we might get to a, what do you call it, the candidacy status prior to that. So now last year, May 8th, so we're almost a full year out, we had something that occurred that has been pretty devastating, and that's when you were recommended by Gretchen Jacobs, your lobbyist, sorry, couldn't think of the word, to terminate or announce the intended termination of the contract with the AC. And that has started a domino effect that has been judged to be a really bad move to have made.
Okay.
Okay? So I asked you whether or not your attorney, Anthony Cuomo, Contente Cuomo, had advised you to do that or advised you to not do that. And I understand he was not in favor of you terminating.
No, that's incorrect. He was very much consulted. I'm not sure where you got that impression. We consulted with both our government relations person and our attorney, and I think she's not here today, but Jessica Scabelli was also in on those discussions.
Okay, we're going to agree to disagree because I happen to know that I believe that it is true that he did not recommend that you.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I can furnish the emails that took place between us.
Okay. So anyway, that action occurred, and then in July of 2023, the advisory board, of which I am a member, and also Mr. Shipley is a member, they're both here, met to discuss the future of what we were going to do now that this seemed to be collapsing. And so we met and started discussing that. Okay, and then a couple of days later, I called President Todd Haney to ask him whether or not there's any way that the Board of Supervisors could help in the situation. Mr. Haney said, basically, we're done with Gila. We're just done, and there's nothing that's going to convince us to go back in on that deal. So January 4th of this year, yourself, Roy Sandoval, James Menlove, and myself asked about the progress of the accreditation that's occurring. I don't think you meant to say so, but you said really there's been no progress during the meeting. I wrote it down.
Yes, I actually said that we did not have the building blocks in place to move forward.
Okay.
which is what we covered today.
Yes, I understand, yes. And I hope I don't come across as being
Well, I'm
attacking. I'm just
trying-
trying to
No,
let everyone know, and I warned you that this is going to become a public thing.
yes.
And all, because these are things that have not been really in the newspaper or out there. I just want to let you know that this is not just a rash first meeting that we're going to have. I got 10 of them here, whatever. Been very concerned. I want Gila to succeed, absolutely succeed. I want it to be viable. I want it to be accredited. I want all of it to work out, okay? So that's my premise. I think it's the best thing going. At some point, I also met with a few of the employees, that we have a couple of them here today, at Gila, and they expressed their support for you. They felt that you were the right person in the right place to do the job. I did tell them that seemed to be the absolute opposite of others that I had spoken to in the medical fields, at the hospitals, MHA, the people that are very concerned about the nursing program. It was mentioned that there was some things purchased for that program. There's been a lot of money invested into the nursing program, which now is in, along with the cosmetology, being that it's a 2-year program, we're having some struggles there because EAC doesn't want to sign up anyone
For 1 year.
for 1 year.
We would have one gap year, yes.
Okay. Now,
Worst
on
case
this,
scenario. Worst case scenario.
yes, on the 16th of January, the Board of Supervisors met in executive session to see whether or not there was anything we could do, and it seemed to be determined that we had no legal premise to do that. So February 16th, the advisory board met again, and this was probably a fairly uncomfortable meeting for Mr. Shipley, but the rest of the board members were recommending that you yourself resign from the district. And, okay. And Preston Pollock on March 14th resigned from the board, felt he could not work with you or the way the board was being conducted. So this piece of paper, interesting, it's yours. The current leadership remains intact. That's been a point of contention, actually. Higher education backgrounds, that's good. Accreditation experience that you've claimed, and momentum. So I think momentum's been heavily damaged, and the accreditation experience does not seem to be getting us closer at the moment. And I know I'm being very critical. The IGA with Gila County, the financial support, and the community goodwill. So I'm experiencing where I'm at a lot of community that is not in a goodwill. This actually is today's paper, and it has a little article. I don't know if you saw that.
I haven't seen it,
Yeah,
no.
GCC is, the cliffhanger continues. So I didn't write the article. I'm not endorsing it. I'm just saying that the perception out there is that that there has not been a course correction that most people feel need to have happen.
Okay, let me know when I can respond.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, if you check the IGA that was written with the county, it was 5 years with the option of adding an additional 5 years, because the expectation would be the accreditation process would take 5 to 10 years. Every time we started it, we had some kind of obstacle put in our way. We weren't allowed to communicate with our employees. We did not have access to our financial records. A lot of things happened. We shifted gears, we shifted course, and went with ACCJC instead of Higher Learning Commission. That has shortened it from 5 to 10 years to, we will most likely have accreditation within 18 months, I believe. So we have shifted course. We have tried not to look in the rearview mirror, but I know it's important for other people to do so. But we got dealt a hand. We walked into something we shouldn't have walked into, but we have done everything possible. Not everything possible. We have done more than you could expect from any individuals working under, honestly, very oppressive conditions. We have fought, we have banded together, we have people here who can attest to how much work goes into all of this. And I guess the thing that I take objection to is that that there's been any kind of lack of integrity or responsibility on my part. Okay, I have done, and I have, in order for us to terminate that contract, we have minutes of the executive session with our attorney, okay? So I'm very happy to furnish that. Yes, and I swore I wouldn't do this, so I will let Kurt take over.
So, again, there was a statement made about, and it was inaccurate because I have been part of some of these discussions, both with the attorneys and others within the community, to include the county and the state, that we had full assurance that everyone was behind us when that decision was made around that contract. In fact, I would question where everyone was right after that announcement came out. I'll also state that we were also advised not to publicly disclose all the issues and concerns that brought us to that decision. My largest issue is I'm not a politician. I'm about workforce development. And I have never been more disappointed with all the obstacles that I've encountered. Businesses don't run that way. I understand this is different. This is government, right? But businesses don't run like, when we see an obstacle, we move it. There's been so many obstacles thrown at us in the last 2 years. All I want is workforce development. I want it so my adult kids can get an education, and I want it so my young kids can get an education. College, 4-year to college degrees is not necessarily the direction for everyone anymore. In fact, I see people come in at entry-level positions with 4-year degrees, starting like everyone else. But trades jobs pay good money. Skilled labor pays good money, which equates to good taxpayers in Gila County. Too many employees are working or living outside Gila County. I'd like to see the money stay in Gila County and reinvested here, right? I've been silent through this, but I am really disappointed by the lack of support from people that I was present for, said we had the support. Thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
Supervisor Klein.
Supervisor Christensen, may I? Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So we have an advisory committee that we put together because of the funding that was coming from the county to the college, so that we would avoid getting a penalty, which, mind you, is taxpayer money. Okay, so if we have to use money that's in our taxpayer budget and then get penalized for using the money because we're exceeding the penalty, how does that help taxpayers? I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, so I'm just saying that doesn't make sense. So the obvious partnership was to work with an intergovernmental agreement so that we could spend $250,000 of Gila County taxpayer money instead of paying $250,000 plus a penalty. So that's what we did with this agreement. What we did also, it was advised that we have an advisory committee of people that represented different parts of the county and different sectors. I was on here representing our board, and the chairman was representing the county. And so we've had several discussions about what's the best thing to do in moving forward. The problem that we have with our current partner, and I'm just going to say EAC, is that we have competing missions. The contract that we have with them, which they will not negotiate, which they will not change, is that they have to do all our accounting. How can you prove to somebody you can run your own college when you're not allowed to do your own accounting? We cannot have any of the employees be our employees. How can we prove to them that we have the teachers if they can't be our employees? So then we had to go through the process of setting everything up so they can be our employees. So everything in the contract that we have with EAC, which you're being told is the best route for us to stay on track for the citizens, does not let us fulfill our mission, which when the voters put it in, was to be a self-accredited college. So if we decide that this is a bad move, then we are going to be stuck with a partner that is competing with us. They took our online students and counted them as their, our students, our teachers. And then when they took the class, it went through their computer system, and they decided because it went through their computer system that they should be their students, not ours. We can't speak to our own employees. They will not give us the financial records that we need when we need them. Why do you think our audit's not done? Not because we didn't do the audit. It's because they didn't give us the data that we needed timely to fulfill it. So you tell me, what is the best path forward? I'm not that smart, so maybe I just need some help. What is the best path forward? Thank you.
Supervisor Christensen, if I may just add a few things. Again, before we could even submit what they call the eligibility review, which that is the pre-accreditation, that says, do you have enough capacity to become your own community college? Do you have all of these policies and procedures set up? Do you have the infrastructure built? Do you have an HR system? Will you be able to provide benefits to your employees? What about the student information system? How are you going to get those students to register? All of that has been this comprehensive push over the last 20 months to build this. This document that we submitted included 150 pieces of evidence that we had to gather and put together, as well as complete a 50-page document. It wasn't just like, oh, just submit and say you're good. No, it didn't work like that. Again, Ms. Avila explained that we didn't even have, we didn't have unemployment insurance. We didn't have state ID numbers. We didn't have anything, okay? And again, I'm not faulting the Gila Community College Board or anyone from what has happened in the past. What we are trying to do is move this process forward for the residents of Gila County. What we have accomplished, once we decided we are just going to focus completely on accreditation, we have had no success with finding a community college partner, not talking about universities, not talking about tribals, but just another community college, because they're like, okay, well, if you're going to partner with us, is that for a year? Is that for 2 years? Is that for 5 years? Is that for 20 years? We don't want a long-term partnership. Another one says, well, this is a lot of work for us to partner with you. If we're going to stick around, what does this look like? And so the decision made by the board in February was to move completely forward with ACCJC accreditation, and that is what we have done. The document that we have submitted is under review by the ACCJC Commission. Again, it is a pre-eligibility document. Once they review that, they can tell us, yes, we believe that you will be successful in your accreditation attempts. Happy to answer any additional questions you might have.
Thank you, Doctor. Ready to jump in, Supervisor?
Wow. I have no questions. Well, I guess I do, but not right off the top. But where I'm going with this is I would like to see the accreditation happen, and I think there's been an awful lot of work towards it. From Representative Cook pushing a bill to help open doors for accreditation. And the handout that you gave me is 13 pages, and 10 of those 13 pages starting working on these projects in July of 2021. As of April 2024, it's 100% complete. So that leaves you with 3 pages that you're working on to work towards accreditation of what you need to do. And some of those are from 5% to 85% completed. And so I think there's been a lot of work done. And so, any time you're trying to do something different, anytime you're trying to make change, no, it's not easy. And like you say, obstacles. If you're trying to change, sure. I mean, we're trying to be an accredited college so we can figure out our own curriculum, so we can do what we want, what we need to do in our community and in our county. And so when you have to get approval from someone who's getting a ton of money from what you're already doing, it's hard to take that money away from them, and there's going to be roadblocks. And the difference of opinions, it's hard to believe that Supervisor Christensen and Fernando Shipley are on the same board to see what's going on with the college. And so anyway, I thank you very much for your presentation. I thank you very much for all the hard work that you're doing. And no, it's not going to be easy, so I appreciate the battle that you're fighting. And win, lose, or draw, you know, you have to fight these battles sometimes, and I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, Supervisor Humphrey. I appreciate that.
What a discussion. So it's just getting us ready for the next one, so that's good.
We'll warm you up. Okay?
Yeah, there you go. So since you guys are going this way, instead of with the higher learning, where you would had to find another college to basically back you up for accreditation, correct? I'm just putting it real simply. Under the higher learning part?
Under the Higher Learning Commission, there is no way on this earth that we could possibly have accreditation by next July going through the Higher Learning Commission.
Right.
No, their focus is on the partner that we have, and they continue to tell us, you are not a member of HLC. So we can't really tell you that. We can't really help you with that. And EAC can do whatever they want to do to help you or not help you with that.
So the route you guys have taken now sounds like it's a good bet you're going to get there.
Yes, sir.
We're still looking at that year as possibly being an issue.
And that's where we would fill in with an educational partner, yes. But it would not be an educational partner similar to the relationship we have right now, because all we would have to do is contract for educational services. We would have our own, we could take our maintenance people, our security people, we could take anyone that's not academic, put them on our payroll, start our own business functions.
Okay, so you could get that year covered one way or another.
Yes, we believe so.
And that really is a lot of the emails that I've been getting, because I get a lot of them from nursing students worried about where you guys are headed.
Yes.
And so that sounds like a doable route to me, that it's going to work for you guys. And then once you go through this eligibility deal and it takes effect, you should be good to go on your own.
Okay, so again, in conversation with Higher Learning Commission, once you get the initial candidacy, they tell you it's 3 to 5 years before you can be fully accredited.
Okay.
With this organization, once we get initial candidacy status, once we get that, and again, we're hoping for that next spring, once we get there, they told us it's a minimum of 2 years in initial candidacy before you can become what they consider fully accredited. But at the same time, we would be able to offer our own certificates and degrees. We would be able to work with the Arizona Course Equivalency Transfer System, ACETS, to ensure that our students' general education classes transfer to the universities and set up those, as well as award degrees and certificates.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
Supervisor Klein, Supervisor Humphrey, Supervisor Christensen, I would like to thank you for your time. I would also like to tell you it would be much easier not to go down this path, okay? We could have just all taken your money for the next 5 to 10 years and said, sorry, we couldn't do this. This is difficult, but I guarantee you we are moving forward, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, difficult and controversial. I thank you for the presentation and defending your position. And my greatest goal, too, is to have the college accredited and succeed. So
Mr. Chairman?
just argue over the process.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Could I make a few comments, please?
sure, go ahead.
I did have a question that on the FTSE program, it's hard to tell what the details are, but 2023, it looked like the FTSE count is just a little bit over 400. Now, my curiosity is, as this rolls forward and perhaps nursing students, cosmetology students drop out, is there a concern that the number drops below 400, which I believe is what is required, 400 FTSE level to be a fully accredited college in the state of Arizona.
By the state, yes.
By the
It's
state.
not a requirement for accreditation. Once we have the candidacy or once we have the ability to award our own degrees and everything, that will give us more leverage, and we've been in discussion with state agencies about the potential for that happening while the college is not under our control. We expect the footsie will bounce back very quickly. So that's a very good point, and I
My question
appreciate
is,
you bringing
does
it
that
up.
put any of what you've laid out as what your path is? If it does drop below 400, does that put in jeopardy what your plan is?
It is a requirement of the state, but let me also tell you, it's only provisional districts that need to meet an enrollment minimum, okay? Any other startup online divinity school, which is, I was in a meeting with one, if they have 10 students and they're accredited, they're good, they're recognized by the state. So I feel like that's another political battle. I don't want to say battle, it's another political hurdle. But I expect our enrollments before all of our online enrollments stopped counting for our footsie was well up around 600, 650. So I feel like we'll be able to address that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could take a few more minutes about the IGA that we currently have in place. The current IGA in item 1 says county agrees to financially assist college with funding in the amount of $250,000 per year and support services to establish the college as a fully organized and regionally accredited community college district. County shall provide the funding outlined in this section in the form of a total lump sum to the college within 30 calendar days of July 1st of each year for which this agreement is in effect. Having the uncertainty that there is and debatable items that there is, I'm uncomfortable with that in the IGA, that we are just given a check in the month of July of each year for $250,000, and the level of accountability, level of reporting, level of what the detail is and what the money is going to be used for and what it's been requested for. And I would recommend that we cancel this IGA and that we bring it to you in item number 8C. Says the IGA may be terminated in accordance with provisions of ARS 38511, and goes on that we have to give 30-day written notice. So sometime in the month of May, we'd have to give written notice to the Provisional Community College District that we are terminating this IGA. My intent, not necessarily because I do believe that this Board of Supervisors is fully wants to support and to do so financially to help educational purposes within Gila County. The young people, the students that have been discussed, that I believe from what the discussions have been previously, that is your intent, to further education, higher education in Gila County. What I would propose is that I'm going to look at our finance director to include the $250,000 in our budget, but that the college come and present to Gila County, to you as a Board of Supervisors, say, we're going to use these dollars in this way, to lay it out. And because we have not had that for the first 2 years, we've not had specifics of how the money, what it's going to go to, and what purpose or what goals are going to be achieved by it. And then after that money is spent at the end of the year, that there's reporting. This, I believe, is the first time that the college has come and said, laid it out, this is what the money's gone for, and this is how it's been spent the last 2 years, $500,000. We'd like to see that more timely and come back to you as a board of how the money's been spent. So that there's an accounting, there's a reporting component of that. Look back at yesterday in another issue of an audit finding we had in 2017, said that regarding constituent funds, that the constituent funds that go, that we are required to, as a county, that we're required to have that request of what the money is going to be used for specifically, and then as a follow-up to that, that there's a reporting component saying this is how the money was spent, these are the goals that were achieved, and this is how we accomplished what we intended to do. So it would be my recommendation to bring back in May to cancel this IGA, knowing that as a board that we're going to include that $250,000 in the budget, detailed that it can be allocated, appropriated, it can be done quarterly or however, to make sure that the goals or objectives that you want to have accomplished, and in working jointly with the community college board, that all of our goals are being accomplished and set forth. So that would be my comments, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
So, Mr. Menlove, would you like for me to ask the other supervisors to help you with the direction in that?
Let's have some discussion on this for a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry to delay this, but I'm looking for a conversation actually to what's your preferences.
Sure.
As a board, and just at this point individually, you can say this is what my individual thing, and then we can craft something, bring it to you as a board, publish. But certainly can't. The work session code so can't speak specifics.
Right.
The direction that the board may take.
You want me to start, Tim? You want to? Go right ahead. Thank you. So James, I don't know when it comes to agreements like this on just how we can work these. I see what you're saying about having a little bit more accountability in that agreement. I, for one, listening to the way these folks have laid out their process and everything today has kind of opened my eyes on some things as well. And so I look at this right here that you guys gave us, and I look at all the things that they have completed towards accreditation, and with what's left is just a few things that's already, like Tim said earlier, 5% to 95% completed. And so my biggest thing in Gila County is that this college remains in Gila County. 100%, that's where I'm at. The other biggest thing I want to make sure that happens is that all of your students, whoever that may be, is able to finish their whatever degree or certificate they're after without having to go anywhere to get it. I wholeheartedly support the college here in Gila County. Without this college, it'd be tough. It'd be really, really tough for our folks. And so if there's a way that we can, I'm not a lawyer, so Jeff will correct me if I'm wrong, but if there's a way we can just make it simple and ask that you guys come and give some kind of counting as to where this money is going and how it's used, and we continue on. That's kind of my thoughts. And I don't know if that's exactly where you're going with it, you know, by saying we'd have to cancel this MOU and then redo another one, or however it would work. I don't know how we can do that. I will say, from my standpoint, if we kind of sit here and spin circles in the dirt and nothing happens, this discussion from my standpoint is going to be a whole different level. You know, because I listen to all these people when they send me these emails and have real concern on how they're going to be able to finish what they've started. And so to drag anything out, make it any longer than you have to, I agree there's hurdles that you're going to have that's going to set you back. But this is something we shouldn't mess around with at all if we can. And if that ends up being the case down the road, nah, I won't. I'll just tell you, I won't even be for an MOU. You know, if that was the case. But you guys have been kind of struggling here lately, it sounds like today, and trying to get back on track, and I totally appreciate that, and I want to see you get back on track and get this accreditation done, and we can move forward. Tim, that's my part of it.
If I can just respond, Supervisor Klein. I'm certainly not doing this for the glory, and definitely not for the money. I'm doing it because I took an oath to represent the best interests of the residents of Gila County and the taxpayers. Everything that we have done has been toward that goal. And let me just also respond, the advisory committee that was created within the IGA I did see a draft of the letter that never really was issued, but their recommendation was to delay accreditation, which not only goes against the statute that provisional districts fall under, but it's also the purpose for the IGA. So however you would like to support us, we would certainly appreciate it. And we would be very happy to do monthly financial reports, meet with you as often as possible. We can verify that all of the money and some of the college's own money is all going toward that goal.
Supervisor Humphrey.
Yes, okay, I guess what I understand, Mr. Minlove, is that being that there hasn't been a report for 2 years, that you want to cancel the IGA? Okay, well, then my question is who sets our work sessions? County manager and chairman of the board. So why for 2 years has the college not been asked to do a presentation on where their funding went? I've been fighting for more work sessions forever, and it got less and less, and now we're starting to get some back, but they can't be criticized if they can't be asked to present. And if there's not time in 12 months for them to present, it's not their fault, it's ours. And so if you come to the board with a cancellation of the intergovernmental agreement, I would appreciate it if you also come with a new one going forward. And that's all I have.
Thank you, and I restate, thank you for your presentation and all of the answers. My point of view is that I have to protect the taxpayers' money as much as I can. That's the $250,000. So I stand on that side of it. I have to justify how that's being spent. I do agree, I believe the IGA or any future IGA should have some performance dynamic in it, because an open-ended, we're just going to give it to you without expecting a performance at some level, I think is incorrect. So I think those are some of the concerns. So I have no ill will toward anyone, believe me. I really have been dreading the confrontation, but I feel like many of the things I had to say, I just had to say. I had to present them for what they are, and so I thank you very much for coming. Is anything else, Mr. Menlove?
When I read the first component of the IGA, stated that it is very open-ended, did not require any reporting, and my feeling is that it should. Absolutely. I stated that you as a board support education tremendously. I hope that shouldn't be any doubt to anybody of your support for education.
Yes, I hope people come away with that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that either, James. You know, the accounting's good. We have to be accountable for our folks' money. We have to do that. And 100%. And, you know, what I'm hearing Jan and the board basically say is that shouldn't be an issue, and we should be able to pull that together as well. So, you know, right?
Absolutely.
Right on.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll close that topic. Now,
Mr. Chair? Yes, sir. Before we go forward, there's going to be people leaving the room and stuff. Can I ask for a 5-minute break before we get into?
yeah, you can ask for 5 minutes. How about a 10-minute break? We'll reconvene
Gives the shuffling and things time
Yeah.
to get out of the way and.
Let's reconvene at 10 till.
A little break.
And I've been told that we need to break for lunch. I know you've been sitting here for 2 hours waiting, and so we're going to do that. But I'd like to start off, let's just go ahead and read this. Item 2D is information discussion regarding ordinance number 2023-08. It's the vacation rental and short-term rental uses, which was adopted by the Gila County Board of Supervisors on December 5th, 2023. Now, the ordinance presently is not being enforced, and so we're here today. The purpose of what we're here today for is to have an open discussion, a civil open discussion on the various points within the ordinance that some people feel are either unnecessary or too much or something. There's a lot, and so there's quite a number of hot button points that we're going to do, and Michael O'Driscoll is going to have a presentation. We're going to discuss it among ourselves, and the supervisors are welcome to jump in any point during the discussion, and we're going to hash it out. And then we're going to get to a point where we're going to open it up to some public input. And so what I'd like to do is, since I'm the chairman, I have a certain level of discretion about who speaks and how long and all of those kind of things. So the thing I'm going to really ask everybody is that we just don't introduce drama. We don't need drama. We're having an open discussion about concerns that you have. I don't need a lot of redundancy. So if 20 people want to speak and they all say exactly the same thing, just understand we've heard that, okay? So if we've heard it, even though you have a strong desire to speak, if it's the same stuff, we've heard it, okay? And we have several things that we've done. We've done a survey. I've received a lot of emails, and we put those together to see how that looks and all of that. I want to say that personally, I absolutely support short-term rentals in Gila County. Some have said that I don't. That's not true. I believe they bring a great deal of opportunity and economy to Gila County. So this all started many, many months ago, years ago, with complaints in neighborhoods about someone that was not a good actor that had an STR. And so we talked for quite a while, had several work sessions on it, decided we should likely have regulation in place that would help us to understand who they are, where they are, and what's expected of them, as they are literally a business in a neighborhood. But we can't designate them as a business according to state statute. We can't charge them more taxes or anything, but it is, we're having a lot of people that come in and leave, come in and leave, and if this is being disruptive in some way, then we need to know that. Or maybe it's just someone in the neighborhood that likes to complain a lot, and we have those kind of people too. So that's what I feel is what this is about, and so it has not been enforced yet, and so we're going to talk about a lot of the bullet points, but I will say that I don't believe today we're going to get down to every single bullet point and solve every single one. What we're going to try and do, I hope, as a board, is give staff the message that we would like you to review this part and see if there's a way we can relax it, make it better, eliminate it, do whatever. And if we can just kind of do that without having to micromanage at this level, so then you can come back and say, okay, you did not want, for instance, redundancy or overlap in the regulation where we already have a trash ordinance, or we already have a noise ordinance, or we have something like that. Maybe that's something we could review. We don't need the redundancy, or the bedroom occupancy, or any of those different bullet points that we're going to cover, okay? So, Michael, do you have just a brief opening comment, because we are going to break for lunch?
Chairman, thank you. You've covered most of my bullet points here.
Okay.
So I just have.
Okay, so we're done. Meeting
Yeah,
adjourned.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I appreciate it. But I have about 5 minutes, if I'm allowed 5 minutes, and we could break real
You
quick.
got 5 minutes.
So what I'll do is I'll clarify for the board. One of the questions we've heard is the $250 licensing fee. Where did that come from? So I have heard in the past, I've heard comments about anywhere from 1,000 to 1,200 short-term units that are in Gila County, mostly northern Gila County. And we've been working with a short-term rental management company. We may possibly consider coming in front of the board to hire, to look at how many actually exist in Gila County. And that there's a difference between listings and actual units. So 1,200 listings are in Gila County with an actual unit of about 450 to 500 individual short-term rental units is what we're finding out. So you can own a short-term rental and be listed on 3 different platforms. That's counted as 3 listings, but only 1 unit. So there may be, that's where the difference is. So the $250 licensing fee was based on 500 units and to cover 1 full-time employee. If you add that up, it's about $125,000 at 500. If the short-term units are less, about 450, then it comes out to be about $112,000. That pays for 1 full-time person and some of the computers and some of the other accessories needed for that employee. So we're not charging an exorbitant amount of fee to go above and beyond because the state law says we can only charge that fee to cover the administrative costs. So any enforcement has to be covered by something else. So that's the clarification for the $250 fee. So is there any questions about that?
Supervisor Humphrey?
No question.
Supervisor Klein?
Nope, I'm good.
Perfect. And then before, if you'd allow me to go over the survey results real fast, and then, or would you prefer that after the lunch break?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so as you know, we had completed a survey. My team got together. We took some best practice survey questions from different parts of the country for short-term rentals. It's a hot topic across the country, as you well know. So we had a survey to get the response from any resident in Gila County who wanted to participate. And I'm telling you, we had over 500 responses, which is extremely a large amount. I was hoping to get over 500. I thought I was overshooting for that amount, but we got 526 responses. And we asked several questions, and I won't go over that because I gave the report and everybody here has a copy. If not, they can come to me and I'll email them. But of the data that we've received, there were 526 valid, unduplicated responses. We wanted to make sure nobody did the survey multiple times. So, so that's what we did with that. Incorporated versus unincorporated, 38% were incorporated residents, meaning Globe, Pace, and that kind of stuff. And we had the majority of it, over 61%, were unincorporated residents. So we pulled the data, unincorporated versus incorporated. They were very similar. So in here, we're going to go over the data. If you ask me if it's unincorporated residents or incorporated residents, the data is so similar, there's really not much variance, all but a couple. And that has to do with the background checks. But otherwise, just consider the data to be similar between unincorporated residents and incorporated. The overwhelming majority of short-term rental properties are located in northern Gila County. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. That's what we thought, and this survey is showing that most of them are located up there. The majority, 80% of owners disagree with requiring background checks. And for the purpose of our discussions, we're talking about sex offender checks. Might have been a better use of terminology to throw in sex offender checks compared to background checks. I think that might have confused a little bit of some people out there. So for the purposes moving forward, it would be sex offender check compared to a background check. The sex offender check, you can go onto a website for free. And Airbnb and Verbo, if they offer that to the people, the short-term rental owners don't have to do that themselves. So I hope that's a clarification moving forward that we can agree with.
That was one of the major contentions
Yeah.
background checks and 24 hours prior, and
Yeah.
so really, this is not the kind of ordinance that we're going to run around and check everyone and see if they're a sex offender, but it's not recommended, certainly, that we would allow sex offenders to be renting in the neighborhood.
Correct, and there's certainly different language we can
And
incorporate.
it's
to
going to
make
be
it
left
easier.
up to the owners to, for their own liability sake, to check on that.
That's correct, sir, yeah. And then, about 57% of the owners agree themselves that short-term rentals should abide by code requirements for number of guests allowed. And I know that's going to be a different kind of discussion later this afternoon as far as occupancy goes and things like that. But that's the data that we pulled from the survey. And we also have 68% currently of the people participating in the survey live near a short-term rental. So a lot of people live near a short-term rental, especially in northern Gila County. 32% of the residents say they do use a short-term rental, compared to 31% say sometimes, right? So there's a lot of people in Gila County who actually use short-term rentals themselves. They find some value in it, right? Convenience, the price, whatever it is, they find some value in it. And in terms of the comfort level of short-term rentals in their neighborhood, about 42% of the respondents reporting being comfortable. So we do have people who recognize there are short-term rentals, and there's 42% of the people say that they're comfortable with having them in the neighborhood, which is good since we have so many, especially in northern Gila County. As we talked about the sex offender checks, 50% agree that a background check of renters should be required, where 29% disagree that it should be required. So I want to throw that number out there. However, here's the interesting thing about the survey is the overwhelming majority, 82% of respondents agree that short-term rentals should abide by code requirements for number of guests. That seems to be a lot of concern out there is the parties, is the number of people in a home that are being rented it out to. So that's a concern of a lot of residents. We did include, as part of this, some challenges. We allowed the residents to go ahead and put in some of the challenges and some of the benefits as well. Give us the positive, give us the negatives. We asked both of those questions. And some of the challenges people have with short-term rentals in their area are the three top concerns were increased noise, trash, and disrespectful guests. So those were the three challenges that people are having with short-term rentals in their neighborhood. And then some of the benefits are the top four benefits were availability of convenient lodging for visitors and guests, benefit to local economy by increased business patronage, availability of unique lodging experience for visitors and guests, and increased tourism. So a lot of people see the value that's brought into the community for business especially, as well as convenience. It seems that the benefits and the challenges sort of go hand in hand in this particular case. Some of the nuisances we have listed, we asked people to list some of the challenges again, what they're having if they live near a short-term rental is trash, parties, parking, and noise. That seems to be the biggest concerns. We do get calls from the health department about trash. We go out there, we treat every trash complaint like a resident. We don't know right now if it's short-term rental or not, and neither does the sheriff. When they go out for noise and they go out for parties, it's not a question. We don't have a database for us to look in and say this is a licensed short-term rental. So when we do go ahead and we do investigate trash complaints, we just treat them like any other trash complaint. So we don't have a database for past trash complaints. How many were short-term rentals? How many were regular residents? So some more beneficial additions to short-term rentals. The options were, people like the idea of licensing the short-term rentals, but they also want to limit the density of the short-term rentals. And these are just ideas that people and residents have. I want to at least make sure you keep that in mind. Some of these survey results we can't do anything about simply because it's not in the state statute. So some of the residents say, we'd like Gila County to do this or do that. If it's not in the state statute, we certainly can't do that. So I just want to make the board aware that some of the results that we received are things that we can't really do anything about. ATV seems to be a big complaint from neighborhoods that have short-term rentals in there too. They believe the short-term rental renters are bringing in ATVs and zipping up and down the street. So again, we can't regulate ATVs or anything like that, but we can certainly take a look at reducing the number of complaints, noise, and those kinds of things. So, but in short, there's a couple points I'd like to point out for key findings here, and then I'll go ahead and end my presentation. Is most short-term rentals we know are located in the northern part of the county. Many respondents of this survey live near a short-term rental. Abiding by code requirements is important to both short-term rental owners and non-owners, and people find numerous benefits and challenges of short-term rentals were identified. So positives and negatives. I thought it was a really good survey result, and we got quite a few people more than I thought that were involved in this. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. The last few pages of the survey are just all the comments that the residents put on the survey, good, negative, whatever it was. We just went ahead and included it in the survey results.
Okay, after lunch, we're going to get into a deeper dive, but is there anything you'd like to ask right now, Supervisor Humphrey?
No, I'm good.
Supervisor Klein?
I'm good as well, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Michael, let's go ahead and break for lunch. How long do we want to go? 10 seconds? Mr. Adam Ball, come on forward. 10 seconds. You obviously, you're not a minister, are you?
I've driven 2 hours for this meeting. I have to catch a flight and leave at 1:30. I'm afraid I won't be able to represent
Okay.
the 250
Please go ahead.
owners.
Yeah.
So now that I've said 10 seconds, can I have 5 minutes?
You know, you are trying to convince us for change, right?
Listen, I left the tie at home for this reason. I know you need to eat lunch.
Okay, Adam, go ahead, please. I know you have a lot invested into this and all of that, so let's, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Appreciate that there's 250 people that are expecting me to speak on their behalf and didn't come to this meeting today, and I intentionally try to quell them down so that way it was a productive meeting. You have the materials, and you've been very gracious with the time to meet one-on-one. I felt your generosity and understanding as we've shared this issue. I think the survey was valuable. The one flaw in the survey is it includes data from incorporated peoples. So if we're drafting an ordinance for unincorporated county properties, I don't know if it's worthy of the consideration to consider what do annexed individuals think about this, because this ordinance doesn't apply to them. It would be interesting to see what's the data show if we just focus on the unincorporated folks who respond to it. That's more of a side point than anything else. I've had a chance to visit you, and I think you can appreciate our concerns. We see the value of ordinance. We see the value of licensing. We see the value of regulation. I personally believe good regulation elevates the quality of the hosts and the operations that are in the area. I look forward to something like that. I just want to make sure that A, it's consistent with the state law, and B, it's reasonable. And to the extent that you've seen before, we propose things that implement like some warning opportunities before we just jump quick to violations. We proposed some language regarding limiting, removing the cap on number of occupants. We proposed language regarding consistency with the state statute, and I think you have good legal counsel that should be able to advise you on that. The ability to have unique stays, things like teepees and tiny homes are actually really fun uses that people want to stay at, that they don't get to stay at a typical hotel. We shouldn't be precluding them. We should be considering how we can include them with it. I can appreciate the role you sit in. I think you want to be responsive to your constituents who've expressed concerns, but I also think your constituency represents the folks in this room. And striking a balance is hard to do, which is why I've given you some legislative red line edits that I've shared with you and the county attorney's office. At a minimum, if you're going to instruct your city manager, county manager to consider some changes, I'd hope you direct them at least to the draft ordinance that we provided, because what you'll see is it strengthens your code, it brings it in compliance with the state statute, and it puts forth regulations that make this a far more reasonable regulation. I think I've probably used up most of my 5 minutes. And
This is your document.
that is,
And we all have it, and thank you for doing that, because it's very clear, and your recommendations, I think we should review and see about whether or not this would be an appropriate direction.
thank you. And that reflects, it's not my document, it reflects the input of all the folks in the northern part of the area and in combination with folks from Young. I just try to put their words down in a way that could be comprehended better.
So Adam, for the most part, you know, I've talked a lot with Bob too as well. But everything that you guys have put on here, I've read through it all, and it's very reasonable. There's some things I think we need to look at a little tighter.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you mentioned 250 people. They're all in favor of this?
The folks that we work with in the northern part, that is correct, and I think Bob Turner has vetted this with the young folks. I don't know how many groups he represents, but I'd say it's a substantial group. We've also have a larger Gila County Facebook page, so this has been shared with all of them too. I just want to make sure I could summarize everyone's comments, so it wasn't just partisan-ish.
Well, from my standpoint, you guys did an awesome job. I'm not saying that that's where it's going to end up totally,
Yeah.
but that's a very, very good starting point. So, just so you know.
Thank you. You've been generous with your time. I know lunch is important. I just want to make sure I had a chance to not disappoint the people who are relying on us to communicate this message to you today.
Well, I'm happy we were able to accommodate you and have a good flight wherever you're going, but to pull together not only just the complaint, but the suggestion of a recommendation is very important to us. You can say, well, I don't like it, I don't like it. Well, that's one thing, but then what would you do about it? I don't know, that's your job,
Yeah.
you know, and so anyway, you've done that for us. Supervisor Humphrey, anything?
Yeah, like I say, thanks for, you know, putting all this together and highlighting. You know, I think you put a lot of time and effort into it, and so I appreciate if we're gonna have to hit a happy medium that you helped us get there. And like you say, if this represents 250 people, that's 250 people we don't have to try to get information from. And so thank you very much. And also too, we have gone in extensive looking for information, other states, other counties, other cities, on what they've done to try to help be fair and find a happy medium. And so anyway, hopefully between all of this information we can get, and I don't think everybody's going to win. Everybody's going to have to lose a little, but thank you very much, and I think maybe we can work on it and work with staff to see where we can go. And government moves real slow. So, you know, if we advise staff to look at it, don't say, well, it's been 6 months. It's like, yeah, we're 3 years behind. So no, because we do, but you know, not only do we have to kind of hash it out, make decisions, then the county attorney has to approve those as well. So thank you very much for the information, and it's something we'll look at. But like I say, it's going to take some time. But
It has been hard to consolidate everyone's comments on our side and try to calm the emotions down.
Yeah.
And I hope that today you'll see a more of a reasonable approach from the folks who are in the audience than what you've maybe experienced in the past. I think that's what our goal communicating with them the last 30 days was, so that way this is a productive meeting for you guys. I know we'll have some collaboration going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Let's break for lunch for 30 minutes, 1:45. That enough time? Everybody had a good lunch, and so Michael is done with his presentation, was kind of quick, but just talked about the different statistics and stuff. I just wanted to share real quick as well that Melissa, my executive, went ahead and looked at some of the other short-term rental regulations in the United States. And they are, in some places, very, very suppressive, and we don't want to be that way. You don't want to have one in Telluride, okay? You don't want to have one in New York City. You don't want to have one in Austin, okay? What we have in our regulation or our ordinance is by far less invasive. And that's how I would like to continue approaching this. As a conservative, I think we need to have just enough and no more. So Adam did a presentation. We have that document, and we'll find that useful. And most of the respondents to this ordinance, whether they're pro or con, 64% said we should have something. Okay, and so that's what we're talking about. What does that something look like? Okay, and I have quite a few people here that request to talk. But right now, if it's all right with Bob Turner, would you like to come forward and represent yourself along with more folks, I think, from Young, right? And so with different sentiments in different areas of the county. So please come forward and let us know what you're thinking.
Was Adam met with a bunch of the owners in Pine and Strawberry. I don't know officially how many there are. He said it's about 250. And then I met Adam through, because some people from Young had gone up there and met with some other owners, and then Adam got in touch with me. So Adam, he went through and he actually created that document. And when I first saw it, I sat down with the people in Young, and it was a mirror, except there was two little points that the people in Young wanted added to that, or a change to that document.
Okay.
So are you wanting to go through it line by line, or you just?
No, I don't think so, unless the other guys want to do that. But
think,
can you identify what is different between what Adam presented and what you're saying the folks in Young were talking about? You said,
well, actually, you all three have the revised copy.
Okay.
The two things that we added was that if you have, like, and there's a couple of these in Young. Let's say you have one piece of property, but you have two places to rent on that piece of property. So we asked it to also include that it would be one permit per property, not per actual STR. And then Adam and I, we were talking about it, and we understand that if it's on different properties, obviously that would be a different thing. And then the other one was that if it's like one of the gals in Young, she has a TP. There's another gal that has like an RV that she's restored, and it doesn't go on vacation with them. It's actually, on the ground, basically restored. It's an antique RV that she restored. And I think that's a good opportunity. And a lot of people, like, for instance, Janine, the gal that owns the teepee, she's rented that teepee way more times than we've rented our house this year. I mean, hands down. And people like that unique experience. And I think that as far as the county goes, and as far as tourism and the economy and everything, when you deny somebody from staying in a teepee, you're losing out on that tax revenue. But I think, kind of overall, those are the only other two things, and they're all in that document now that you guys have. Our biggest concern is, you mentioned it first, we don't want to go too much government. I think everybody that Adam's talked to and that's come to Adam, everybody from Young, we understand that you guys want to do an ordinance, and we just want to see a better ordinance. And I think that through some of the topics in there, like you and I had a conversation about, we really don't want to fine people. Well, then let's do a warning face first, and that's in that document. Let's talk about that, and let's talk about, the initial permit fee. I know the state law allows for $250, but let's start at 100 and go from there and find out how that's going to work instead of just jumping to the 250. And there's also several things that don't adhere to the state law in the original ordinance. And one of the biggest things is it says in the state law, you have to treat the STR the same way as you treat the house next door that's not an STR. And so when you get into the 2 people per bedroom and stuff like that, then that's, you know, you're allowing the STR, like ours is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and it has a height of bed. Well, that's 6 people, but you're saying it can only be 4 people. According to the original ordinance, it could only be 4 people. But let's be honest, everybody uses height of beds. You know what I mean? And then also, if you have a house here, it's 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and you're only allowing 4 people, but the house right next door that's not an STR, or it could be even a long-term rental, they might have 20 people living there, and nothing said about that. So I think that, like I said, we went through it, and I think a lot on there, it's a compromise, for lack of better words, and I think it would work.
Okay.
Do you guys have any questions of me?
Yeah, Supervisor Humphrey.
Okay.
Supervisor Klein.
So, I know that there are places outside of Gila County that do have the occupancy limit to them, to the short-term rentals. And I say that because like all winter, I've been in Queen Creek off and on helping with a deal down there, and there's a group of us. There was 6 of us. And so we'd have to find a house to stay in that would accommodate at least 6 people. So in some places there are. I'm not saying we need that in ours. I think one of the things, if I remember right, the reason we were looking at that was, I think in Pine or somewhere up there, there's a place that was putting like 20, 25 people in it. And we were looking at more from standpoint of parking, that kind of an issue. Because when you have that kind of a crowd in a residence that's on a street, you have all the vehicles, parking does become an issue. It blocks up streets. That's actually one of our complaints that we were getting. So I know why we were looking at that to start with. I'm not saying that that's where we need to be.
Right.
But I can tell you that's why we were looking at start for that. And then, you know, it went back to the septic systems and whatever else, like when a house is built for a 3-bedroom house, it has to have some kind of, you know, the adequate system to it, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
So that's where that was coming from. Bob, I went through all this that you and Adam drafted up and put together, and it is good. You know, all of this is a really good place to start. Michael, did you get a copy of this?
I did, yes.
Okay. I don't know if there's a couple of these in here, or at least one of them I would like to address.
Okay.
And that's the background checks.
Okay.
I, for one, you know, I think it could be permissive. If you want to put in a background check, you can. You know, if you don't want to. But if you don't want to and something happens, it's you that's standing in front of a judge, not us.
I agree with you 100%.
You know, that's the way I would look at that.
You know, and can I interrupt?
Yeah,
you?
absolutely.
You know, that's just like, I know you and I have had the conversation over the septics. You know, that's, you know, if you go by the occupancy, it's still the owner's responsibility to take care of that septic. And let's remember also, these aren't constantly occupied homes. These homes get used for primarily on the weekends, then they sit vacant during the week.
Right.
And so you don't have that load on a septic as if somebody was living there all the time.
Right.
I agree with you on the because you know the state law and the ordinance say that you know you can't knowingly or intentionally rent to a sex offender, and if you learn about it another way, I just think that you know you're being again. I think if you're one, you don't get that information on the owner or excuse me on the renter to do a complete background check as far as sex notification. But if you do learn about it, then you need to make the decision, and I would make the decision, no, you're not coming. You know what I mean? But then and I'm not an attorney, but are you opening yourself up to liability. Somebody's a registered sex offender and you say, hey, I'm not renting to you because you're a registered sex offender. Next thing you know, they're taking you to court because it's a defamation of character. And there's different levels of registered sex offenders. Some people get there because they urinated in public. And it was just because there wasn't a law other than indecent exposure to charge them with that crime. And I have experience behind that.
Right.
And so I think like that type of stuff, I think, you know, the not doing the 2 people per bedroom and stuff, I think this is a good starting platform and then let's build from there. And I think that's important. You know, you mentioned the parking thing and I've had a lot of conversations about that. If I'm in a neighborhood and there's a parking problem and I don't know, like obviously if it's a neighbor that's there, you know, it's lived there next to me, I'd go over and say something. But if it's a short-term rental, you got to call the sheriff's department. If there's a loud party, you got to call the sheriff's department. And it'll be tough for the sheriff's department to track those things, and hopefully they can, you know, implement a plan to more accurately track them and everything. But that all has to be dealt with through the city laws, or excuse me, state laws, and the ordinance that we already have. And I encourage the county and the Board of Supervisors to come up with some type of, I still can't find a loud noise ordinance in Gila County, and that might be a stepping stone. So I think, you know, with the changes that we came up with, I think it's not getting rid of the ordinance. I think it would be productive.
So if I may, Mr. Sure. So the other one is the contacting the owner or designated person in a timely manner. And what you guys have changed that to is over the phone or by email at any time of day. And so I think in my opinion, that's reasonable. I think, you know, it kind of leaves for discussion about a timely manner to be able to respond. What does that really look like? But I think that's a starting point, you know, because when something happens in these places, whoever it is, whatever law enforcement it is, wants to talk to the owner.
Oh, absolutely.
And so, but that's a good place to start, you know, and then later down the road, see if that has to be changed or if we need more in-depth timing associated with that. So I just want to throw that out there.
Can I touch on that real
Yep.
quick? So I'm a retired police officer from Phoenix. I was with them for almost 31 years. And I would say 99% of the time when you need to contact an owner or a victim of something, usually 99% of the time a phone call will do it. You know, obviously if a crime occurred and you needed to do a photo lineup or something like that, you have to have the person present. But usually almost every time that is sufficient. And you know, and having that in the ordinance, some type of contact where, you know, law enforcement can contact that owner, could also play in favor of the owner too. Because what happens if half the roof got ripped off in a storm? The owner needs to know about that. So that's actually kind of beneficial to the owners as well. You know, so I agree. I think that's good, and I think, you know, then in a reasonable time. So like, let's say hypothetically, Joy and I are in New Mexico hunting, and I get a call and something's happened and we need to be there. And then if I can't get somebody to come there in my place, then a reasonable time would be, how long would it take you to get back from New Mexico? You know, something like that I think would work well.
I think, Bob, as far as actually dwelling down on any particular section of this, that would be the only two that I have out there that I would want to discuss.
Okay.
I mean, you guys talk a lot about on the fees. You know, if you're to be fined instead of $1,000, $500, yada, yada, yada. Hopefully nobody has to be fined. I mean, I've heard a lot about fees. And when I ask people, it's like, well, have you ever had an issue? Have you ever had problems? Well, no. And I'm like, well, you're not planning on it, are you? So, I mean, so it really isn't hopefully going to pertain to you, but.
I think a lot of people, they get worried about that because it's still the letter of the law, and it could possibly happen. And that's why we were talking about the fees coming down and having a warning, more like a warning first, and then, you know, then going to a fee and have a reduced fee.
Let me ask you something.
Yes, sir.
So I think I could talk for us here. Hopefully I can. Tim will correct me if I'm wrong. But our biggest goal is to make the ones that aren't flying right to ship up and operate like everybody else does.
Correct.
I mean, it's always the handful of bad apples in there that ruin it for everybody.
Correct.
And I believe our goal is to take and make those people fly right, tend to their business, do like you do. You cut the fees in half. Is that gonna work?
You know, we've had that conversation before. You got to figure out how many there are, you know, and if, you know, because if, I think cutting the fees in half to start with is a good thing until we determine how many there are and everything. And it's always easier with government to go up than it is to go down. And I think that's a good starting point. That's a good shove off right there.
I'm good.
Anything you'd like to comment on at this point?
No, other than the fees would be based on what it cost us to patrol the actual amount. And so, like Mr. O'Driscoll said, at one time, we were thinking because of the way of advertisement is that there was like 1,200 in Pine Strawberry. Well, there's not, there's 5. So the thing of it is there are places where we can get better information and how many are advertised in multiple different areas. Well, that doesn't count as property because there's actually only X
Correct.
amount of properties. Then that would be easier to figure the manpower that we would need. So that would probably regulate what the fees would be depending on what force we would need to patrol the units. And so if 250 was based on, say, 3,000 of them in Gila County, and there's only actually 15, then that manpower would be cut in half. So going below what our estimated manpower would be something that we couldn't do. But I think that's what we base our fee on.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Okay, so it's my understanding that state law says what it costs the county to issue that permit. And so having a code enforcement person, is that what you're talking about, to be able to pay those wages? Is that what you're talking about, or the actual cost of the issuing the permit?
Both.
Okay. So
I think we have maybe some more information. So if you want to get his information before you respond to mine,
Yeah,
it
that's
might be a
fine.
better
That's fine.
slot.
There's going to be a number of costs involved in implementing this.
Right, Chairman, members of the board, Supervisor Humphrey. So, yeah, the state statute clearly states that the fee and licensing fee we charge can only cover the administrative costs. The code enforcement part would come from, you know, an existing full-time person that Randy has, a code enforcement officer, that's not paid for out of these fees. So that's what the 250 is. And the 250 is based on the 500 short-term rentals that we calculated with the company that we were working with at $125,000. Full-time person, approximately $50,000 salary, plus ERE, insurance, pension, that kind of stuff. And you add up computers and stuff, it would just about cover one-time full-time employee. So that's how we calculated that. I think we're sort of using different terminology, interchanging the fines compared to the licensing fee. So I think that's sort of what we're talking about. I think this gentleman wants to reduce the fines 50%. Is that what?
No, the fee.
The fee?
The 250 fee.
Okay, so my mistake. But so the 250 fee, if we reduce that by 50%, certainly would not cover even one full-time employee to administer the cost.
Which would mean the taxpayers would have to pay for the initial expense to the county.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Turner. So, yeah, we did have a good discussion. I agree very much on what we've been talking about, that we should direct staff to just put the minimal amount of language in when it comes to, like, say, a sex offender shall not rent to a sex offender. And we say that, and it's up to you to figure out how not to do that.
Correct.
And shall not have excessive problems with pests. It's up to you to figure out how to do that. trash, and if your septic tank is overflowing and it's going to the neighbors or to the street, then we need to assess that case by case.
I agree.
I support the $250 initial start. And the reason I do is because we are guessing at whether or not that's going to be enough. We, as a county, are not allowed to turn this into a business enterprise. So if we discover that we're actually collecting way more than we should be, then we will be mandated to reduce that. We can't profit. Am I right about that? Okay, so, but if we don't charge enough initially, then we'll be upping it immediately. And so we want it to kind of pay for itself as we start. And so I asked you, and I think I'll ask everybody else too, kind of generically, $250 is not going to make or break the business. I know you don't rent out very often, but I don't think that's a make or break number. I personally pay more than that for my contractor's license every year, and it doesn't break me to do that. So I think it's a reasonable fee, and I think I would support starting with that number. Okay? So I think some of the things that were hot buttons were when we should start this, and there was discussion about it being fiscal year appropriate. In other words, it would start July 1, not in May. So that's a discussion we can have, but we may not be able to start it this July 1, and we would prorate. Is that correct, Mr. Menlove?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, to make these changes, probably as Supervisor Humphrey noted, that going through all the legal, we've got to go through Arizona County's insurance pool and the liability that we're accepting as a county, all that's going to probably take a few months. So I doubt that we're going to bring this back to the Board of Supervisors for consideration with any revisions until August.
Okay.
Or something like that. Then we could talk about when it's implemented. But I would recommend that we have another work session to go through any revisions, have the opportunity for input, and then that a couple months after that, we maybe can vote. You can vote on implementing.
Absolutely. And I think the bedroom occupancy question is subjective depending on the property. And I think we need to word that where we need to word it in such a way shall not create a hazard, shall not create an over occupancy of some sort, and leave it a little more vague, I guess, rather than saying a number. Somebody's got an 800 square foot bedroom and they can put, 15 of their grandkids in there.
Right.
And then we say, well, only 2 people can do that if it's a short-term rental. So, and also, I think when it comes to the fees, the $250, there's people that have multiple short-term rentals. They're on the same property or they're not on the same property. Same person, same contact, same everything. I believe we should have one at $250 and then look for another number that might be a relief from that if they have more than one. In the case of, like, for instance, the Hudsons, if it's all right if I use you have one structure, but you rent more than one room to different people. So it's, yeah, okay. But it's one property and you may have 3 or 4 different clients at a time. You would not be assessed at $250 per bedroom, is my point.
And I would agree with the things.
Well, I would think you would.
We really have 4.
So,
Only 2 of them.
so anyway, we need to look at a reasonable, like when it's multiple, how we should handle that to where we're not going broke doing that either. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I might, may I ask you, Randy, when it comes to the licensing part, is like Darren Young, I know there's some folks that have like 2 rentals on the same parcel number. When a license would be issued to that person, is it just a license for yada, 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 short-term rental? Or does it actually spell out the the buildings or the rental itself?
Trying to make sure I understand the question. Currently, the way the ordinance is written is per unit, so per rental unit is the way it's currently written. So in other words, if he had 2 units on his property, it'd be 500, 250 each. But we've talked in the past with the supervisor about 250 for the first one, and then look at a number for moving forward for more. If it's a separate property, then we would start with the 250 on each property, and then again go down to, the maximum like is 4 in a building. So you might have you get down to nothing if for the 4th one or something, But we've talked about that with Supervisor Christensen about coming up with a gradual plan on that. But the first one would always be the 250, and then go down from there.
So I think me and you, Bob, talked about this. I think when you brought it up. And I could see where it would work, like if you have 2 rentals on one property, I can see that. I've actually had conversations that people want to build on a piece of property and have nothing but short-term rentals on it. That would be, to me, a different circumstance.
So currently there are lots of people doing that, right? Corporations are coming in just buying houses, and that's all that house is going to be used for, is short-term rental. And if they have a mother-in-law's quarters or something on there, they got 2 or keep going on, and they want to see if they can add another dwelling on there to maximize, and the zoning would kick in for that. So there are a lot of people doing that now. And so, yes, I don't know how we would look at that as far as if someone just came in and built out a property to the maximum dwelling occupancy for a piece of property, how we would know the difference between whether they're going to use it as single-family residence or if they're going to use it as short-term rentals. So I think we would still end up with, the way we're talking today, we'd still end up with the 250 first, and then look at how many property or how many structures are on the building moving forward. And remember, this is first year. Mm-hmm. We'd always planned on coming back after we did this and said what worked and what didn't work, and we could look at all that. So we could do it one way this year, and next year we say that didn't work, and we can come back and report to the board.
One more question while you're up there, Randy. When it comes to like the lady that has the teepee on the hill there in Young, and it comes to the folks with the little RV that they rent out, and when it comes to the folks that have taken these little sheds and turned them into cabins, we have the ability to work with these people to make sure that they're covered to use these, continue using these, right?
So there are ways to get there, yes. Well, obviously life safety and public health and safety is the #1 requirement. So I'm not saying it's going to be easy, and I'm not saying there's not going to be hurdles to get over, but almost anything can be used if you do it the right way. I literally was just down 2 weekends ago in Prescott, and our Airstream Park, right? They're doing them as short-term rentals. They literally ran sprinklers and alarms through all the Airstreams to rent them out of short-term rentals, and it's right there downtown. So, everything is possible, whether it's the extreme or not to get there. Obviously, I think that's a little bit of extreme to get there. But if they meet the life safety requirements, the egress windows and the smoke detectors and the foundations and the strapping and all the things that is considered life safety, I think pretty much everyone can get there. Just going to take a little bit to get there. It's not going to be, oh, I want to make this Tough Shed a short-term rental, which we have. And I called Tough Shed, and they are not made to be an R3, which is single-family living. They're made to be a U. They're made to be for storage. That's how they're designed and constructed. So there's going to be requirements that would have to go through to get that from a storage U to an R3 designation. But it is possible to get everything there.
Okay.
Great. So another big issue that's been brought up, and I'll confirm, is the response time, or the requirement of an owner or a designee to show up within 1 hour of emergency and all that. Now, we don't really require that with regular housing. And so this is where we might get in a little bit going on with the ARS. As long as we have contact information and we make the best effort we can to make that contact information, then emergency or policing will have to consider, if they can't contact someone, they just have to consider what they normally would do in a residence that no one is contactable as well.
Right, it does state in the statute that they have to provide those contacts to us. The 1 hour that we put in there, Michael had talked with the SO when we were looking at this, and that's what they thought, so that's why the 1 hour got put in there. But that's only for public safety. That's not code enforcement saying there's trash out here.
Right, no, that's the place caught on fire.
That is for fire department and the SO.
Right.
Or any first responder type thing. So that's not anything to do with the normal stuff. That was just something that they recommended, so we put it in there. If they're more, if they can get a hold of someone and deal with it on a phone call, I don't think that that's a bad thing.
So Randy, I believe in this, it says in a timely manner.
It does, in the statute, it says timely manner, which they don't give a definition of timely manner.
They don't.
They don't. Government. Is 1 hour timely manner? And that's what we were looking at. That's what the sheriff thought was reasonable. I can't speak. I'm not a sheriff, and I'm not a fire department, so I can't respond to that as if that's a reasonable time or not.
Go ahead, Bob.
I was going to make the comment as far as the hour response from the sheriff's department. I'm basing this on a lot of law enforcement experience. Sheriff's deputy doesn't want to wait an hour, and that person might get stuck there. You know what I mean? And not be available for calls for service. And I think you can't really judge a timely manner or a reasonable time based on that, because they don't want to be there. They want to go from that call and finish that one to the next one. But somebody might be, 2 hours away, and it might take them that long. But I think the phone call, again, would just seal the deal. It would really help out.
Thank you. And so what I would like to see on the permit fee is we start with $250, and then we have to almost go to every other unit, because someone comes in, buys 10 acres and puts in 20 of these things. We can't, yes, that's different than a property that has like 2 on it, but it's really the same thing. We need to say, we're not going to forgive that property, but we're going to do this one. So we need to come out with a system that offers some relief, but there's going to be someone that's going to want to build a whole field of these things.
I just got a call, might have been the day before. Want to buy a piece of property and bring 12 tough sheds and rent them out as short-term rentals.
Right.
I mean, he was asking if that was legal. And I'm betting that's not an uncommon thought that people have. And again, I told him he can get there, just we got to turn those U's into R's.
Well, the way I look at this, Steve, is the fact that we have people out there that's had a couple rentals on their property for years. I mean, a lot of years. And so these people, I guess almost like grandfathered, they've got them, here's how we're going to deal with them. But if I'm going to go buy 100 acres and turn it into nothing but short-term rentals, it should fall under a different class. That's just what I'm saying,
And it is a different class. I just don't know where and how you put that into the ordinance.
And
that's where the language gets real tricky.
We got a lot of staff involved with this, so we think we could come up with something.
Okay.
We're understanding the direction I'm understanding the direction that you're wanting to aim, so I think we can get there to accommodate that.
Supervisor Humphrey, anything at this point?
I think that, okay, like you say, somebody wants to buy 10 acres and move in a bunch of tough shit. Well, right now, if somebody has a couple trailers, they have over so many trailers, it becomes a trailer park, which is a whole different ballgame than a few trailers on a piece of property. And so I think at some point, we need to limit the amount of units on a property without categorying them into like a motel or something of that nature, which would be under a completely different umbrella than a short-term rental.
So we currently, for the RVs, the trailers, you're allowed one RV on your property. If you have more than one, it becomes a RV park. And then they got to come back through a rezone and come to the board here and get your approval for a rezone to allow that.
So I'm on the same page with short-term rentals as well, because then we would be looking at the same thing, but two different ways. I mean, a trailer park's a trailer park, and multiple short-term rentals is multiple short-term rentals. You know, if you want to build a motel, that's okay, but you're categorized differently than a residential.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Bob?
I don't have anything else.
Okay, I have a few others, so,
All
okay.
right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the input. Okay, so I'm going to start here in Globe. Is there a Janae Serene? I'm sorry. Do you think you can point out your points within about a 3-minute
Yes,
time period?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you.
I've been trying to find on the internet the, what Adam had and put into place so that I could say, and it sounds like it's probably very, very reasonable. My concerns are this.
Maybe we can get you a copy of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
he said he'll email it to me, I just haven't had it yet.
Okay.
What about when people lie to you? I have had many instances where they say there's 7 guests coming, 21 show up.
Mhm.
Am I gonna get charged a fee for that?
Probably not, but you are probably going to get a call that says you
Yes,
need to fix
yes.
this.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. I will take the call.
Right.
And I talk to the people within the next morning because I realize sometimes people are there the evening when everybody's arriving. Those could be people that are just visiting. But if they're still there the next morning, they're overnight guests and it needs to be addressed. The other thing I think I'd like to also is maybe have a grandfather clause. We've had short-term rentals for 4 years, and we've had larger than 2 people per room for 4 years without any trouble. I'd like to have a grandfather clause for that.
Okay.
So pretty much all of what I've written there and what everybody else says, I'm like, yes, and that's all I really need to say.
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So you own your short-term rental, and just like you said, some people may not be truthful up front.
Some
They
might
show up
not
with
be.
a whole lot of people.
Right?
Which
It
that puts
happens.
more use on your house and your
Absolutely.
everything.
I don't
that's-
want them there either.
So what do?
I charge them more money.
And leave them there?
Usually, if it's egregious, I will kick them out. But usually, I charge $25 per person. I will charge them that. And if they damage anything, I'll charge them for that.
Okay, I just asking, just
Yeah, sure.
curious, because I can see, you know, like going into these houses this winter. I mean, they're really nice homes, and they're totally outfitted and everything like that. And if there's more coming in there than what we're telling them, there's more cleaning, there's more restocking,
cleaning.
there's more everything.
There's more possibility for things being destroyed. I don't want those people there either. The other, I guess I'd like a clarification. When I was reading through the paper of the short-term rental, they talk something about a, what was the word? Where you have a database. And, you know, there's times when I've told VRBO, I don't want this person to come back. And anytime they've lied to me, that's the answer I give. I don't want these people to come back. What is this database you're talking about? Is this offenders that probably I don't want in my home? Do you know what I'm talking about? Here, at the back here, it talks something about a database.
Sex offender database?
Oh, it's just a sex offender database. Okay. Because I would like to see maybe the county keep a list of people that we as owners don't want to come back.
We don't want to do that.
Okay.
Just
I
being
can
honest.
keep them out of my home because I use only VRBO. So
Oh, you do only use the
I
platform?
only do use VRBO. So
Okay.
I tell
You're covered.
VRBO I don't want these people to come back, and they cannot. They
You're
cannot
co-
book anymore.
You're covered if you use that.
Mr. Chair, if I may, how many short-term rentals do you own?
2.
2. May I ask, how close do you live to those short-term?
About an hour and 45 minutes.
Hour and 45 minutes, which is about how many miles? 90 miles?
Probably,
Okay. 100 miles maybe?
maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's the other thing I was going to say is when you get when somebody has to be there within 1 hour, it's going to cause a problem. My cleaner has offered to be the 1 hour person to come and be on site. She's a very good person. However, she does not have a real estate license. And if she tries to do something on managing the property, she could get herself in a world of hurt. And she could have fines, and I don't want to have her have fines.
Thank you for your input.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry.
All right, I think Jeff has a comment too. There's been a mention of being grandfathered in several times, and I don't know that we necessarily have the answer to that. I think it's going to come down to whether a dwelling unit is safe or not safe, that it's got to be safe.
Sure.
And we cannot grandfather in a unit that is not a safe dwelling place.
I'm
So
100% positive you would find my unit safe.
well, I'm just saying in general, that
Sure, I
to
get
grandfather
that.
units,
Sure.
I don't know, there may be unsafe units that we are not able to grandfather.
So I started with that, with the
Makes sense to
grandfathering
me.
idea is because there's like 2 rentals on a piece of property and has been for years. It wasn't about the condition of the rental or whatever, because I know that it has to meet the health and safety stuff, right? Because it's for the public, yada, 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 yada. And so I think that's different. I don't see where we'd ever grandfather something in there that isn't. We wouldn't even need to grandfather anything like that. I mean, it either meets it or it doesn't, so.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Dalton.
As you're discussing this, the way I read the ordinance or the statute, it says that the county may have this. Okay, better? Yes. Okay. The way I read the ordinance, it says the county may have a requirement of a timely in-person meeting if the call is by a public safety person. And then there's a separate requirement that you can satisfy by a phone call or email. So I think there's 2 different situations here. That if it's a public safety personnel that's calling, then you've got the 1 hour, or not 1 hour, but a timely in-person meeting can be required. But if not, phone call or email. So I hear the discussion going as though there were not a difference, and I think there is a difference. So I just want to point that out as you continue your discussions.
Okay. Thank you, and that's for all you to figure out. Next, we have from Payson, Mr. and Mrs. Clough.
No, sir, they never returned from lunch. I do have a Dan to speak. I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Lisa. I'll get to Dave later. This is David Clough.
All right, number one, our residents or our guests are paying over $500 a year in occupancy taxes. Where's the money? Where's it going? What's being done with it? That's not a registration fee. Where is it and how's it being used?
I'm sorry, what fee is that you're speaking
It's
of?
an occupancy tax.
Sales tax.
Sales tax.
Okay.
That Airbnb pays. Where does it go? What's being done with it? Number one. Number two, we haven't even defined what a short-term rental is. Is it 1 day, 2, 3? Is it 2 weeks? Is it a month? Is it 2 months? Is it a midterm rental up to 6 months? Or is it a long-term rental? When does long-term rental start? At 1 year? At 6 months? When? The IRS says that anything less than 30 days. I believe that by addressing my home, which is a Class 3 property, I live there, I have an Airbnb at my house. And to charge me $250 for every bedroom that I rent out would be onerous. Very onerous. Now, I've been accused of being one of the bad apples. That is absolutely untrue. My guests are respectful. They're quiet. We provide a clean, peaceful place for them to stay. And they respect that space. I'm there. I'm with them all the time. Now, when they're going up and down the roads, I've only had 2 guests that have ever had an ATV. Now, the plumbers and the roofers and the people that come and work on my house, I can't vouch for them. So those are my points. We need to define what a short-term rental is. And yeah, I'm willing to pay the $250 in a registration fee, but it's for my address where I have 3 bedrooms and a mother-in-law arrangement. So, and then we need to figure out what's being done with the occupancy taxes. And if you're not getting a benefit from it, why not? You should be.
Okay, thank you. Randy, would you like to address any of those points?
I'll just respond real quick. ARS statute 425070, a vacation rental or short-term rental refers to the rental of any dwelling or portion of any dwelling for a period of less than 30 consecutive days. So that is the short-term rentals. And then it goes into what is a short-term rental and what can be used and what can't be used. So, but it is for less than 30 days for the ARS statute.
Okay. And Maren, could you help understand where the TPT tax goes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we receive excise tax from the state, it comes in a lump sum, and we'd certainly be happy to put together a report for you for a future work session that describes how those are split out. Both our constituents and our colleagues here at Gila County are welcome to go to countysupervisors.org and go to the general fund revenue dashboard, where you can filter by the various types of TPT tax and see what those do across current and previous fiscal years. But we'd be happy to set up a presentation for you for a future session.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I just add that excise tax, as Maren has said, come in unrestricted. They're included in the general fund. In our audited financial statements, they do, having been audited by the Arizona Auditor General, show where those expenses have gone. They'll be reported by public safety. A large part of our excise tax, the most significant portion of our excise tax, goes to public safety for sheriff's deputies and those things. That goes to pay for the assessor, treasurer, superintendent, recorder's office, and a number of other general funded positions and general operating expenses. So those are all reported. They've been audited and reported of where those monies come in, how much they are, and then how they are spent. So glad to sit down with the person that questioned and point those out if needed.
It is a complex question to answer specifically, but when sales tax is collected, not all of it comes back to Gila County government. It's split up in many ways. So I don't know if that's helpful or not, but okay, thank you, Maren. Any questions over here?
No.
No? Okay. All right. Thank you for your input, Mr. Clough. All right, so I have Vince Hudson, 3 minutes, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. First off, I'd like to thank all you guys for the time and effort that you put into trying to get this thing straightened out. And I think we're on the right track. And the main items that we have it seems like we're getting those addressed. The only really one that kind of stands out after listening to the parties today is, how do we determine, is it per unit, per property address, per amount owner owns? Well, when you own multiple income properties, you buy one license for however many, and that's the way it's based. So maybe that should be an avenue that we should look at as far as how to charge the parties of the units, not by per door. So if we do that, I think that will help solve that. The deal with the child molesting and all that, that sounds like you guys pretty much got on track, and that the personal owner of the property is the one that needs to determine whether to run a check on them. And doing away with the 24-hour situation, because we get a lot of walk-ins. We do a lot of trail hikers where we're at. So they, they come knocking on the door. So, I think everything's getting on the right track, and if we have a couple of these sessions, I think by the time we're done, everybody can kind of come to terms, and we can all work together to get it all solved.
We're hoping for that.
Yeah, I really believe we can. I think that's about what I have to say, unless you guys got any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hudson? Okay. Thank you, Vince.
Okay, thank you.
And then last should be Adrienne Hale Key here in Globe. So Adrienne, you're from Young.
Please use my middle name because only my creditors use the first name.
How?
Okay, I'm going to address two things.
Okay.
Number one, the grandfather issue when it comes to building codes. If a building is built under one edition of the building code and no changes are made to that building, then it's grandfathered through the next code changes. There are a few items within the building code, specifically the fire code, that are retroactive, such as smoke alarms, carbon monoxide alarms, those kinds of things. So just as a clarification for that. And to give you some of my background, I've served on numerous International Code Council committees, numerous National Fire Protection Association committees dealing with life safety. And we've had some very controversial issues through that process. I had one personal one that had to do with home use of liquid oxygen. Believe it or not, doctors are prescribing liquid oxygen to some patients. And Walgreens actually will home deliver liquid oxygen to a home. And so we had a provision in the fire code that I kind of sponsored, but what we did is we created a stakeholder committee. And what that stakeholder committee was, took people from various parts of that industry and came together and came to a consensus on that particular regulation. I'm going to suggest the same thing here. We have a certain level of controversy for those that do not like short-term rentals, and we have those that are proponents of short-term rentals, and we have regulators. I propose that you create a committee of those stakeholders to go through this ordinance and go through the stuff that Mr. Baugh suggested and come back and bring that back to the Board of Supervisors so that it relieve that work. And so that when it comes back to the Board of Supervisors, that group, all of those groups can come and say, yes, we agree with it.
Okay. I think we're heading down that trail.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. So I don't believe there's anyone else here in Globe. Is Mark and Donna Mernitz still in Payson?
No, sir, they have left.
Okay. It looks like the last man standing is Dave Golombuski. I also have Frank Church and Cindy Hudson, but I don't believe they're there any longer.
No, they are not.
Okay. That's just in. Okay. Go ahead, Dave.
Hi. Okay, thank you for letting me speak from Payson, my first meeting. I'll attend more that I know I can come here in Payson. I don't believe, first, that the ordinance has any merit. It's kind of like a nothing burger to me. You have a sticker that says Adventure Gila County, and I believe you're going to turn a lot of people away from Gila County. So your marketing guy you hired is not going to do real well, because a lot of Airbnbs are going to shut down because they don't like the ordinance or it's too heavy-handed. The only ordinance I'd be for, and it's not even an ordinance, is maybe a unincorporated business license for $50. The town of Payson has a small business license for $40. And going back, your survey was very biased, and the survey came from, it's sent to everybody in Payson and Globe, and they filled it out, that it, you know, and it didn't even go to the people that it pertained to in the unincorporated areas. So, and your complaints came in from Payson and Globe, which doesn't have anything to do with this ordinance. I have a feeling you're going to have 40 to 50 people sign up. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you get 100, you know, but I don't think it was worth creating this ordinance. I also talked to Sheriff Shepard, and one of the supervisors said it's hard to get the sheriffs to go out there because it's an Airbnb. He said that's not true. He goes out on any call, whether it's a renter, Airbnb, or squatter. You know, anybody, he goes out there if they're disturbing the peace. So he didn't need an ordinance for that. And I've heard from a supervisor, oh, this create more affordable housing. No, it won't, because these are upscale houses and they're not selling them at affordable prices, and they're not renting them affordable. So if the big picture is to do that, it's not working. I myself am closing down my Airbnb, and I'm just going to live there, and I was going to just use it to help with the mortgage and live there, but I'm not going to follow through with a communist ordinance with all those backstops or whatever you have on it. I'd be open for a $50 business license. I just think it's a big nothing burger, and instead of concentrating on this for the last year and creating a wildlife ordinance that's another nothing burger, that you could be concentrating on the roads that you need to be fixing. So that's my opinion. I stand with a lot of people on this opinion that this is going to be nothing. The towns, Payson already has their Airbnb, Globe's creating one, Pine, maybe it's Strawberry. If they incorporate or whatever, they'll have their own ordinance. Star Valley will have their own ordinance. I think you're just heavy-handing government and creating a position for a compliance officer that you wouldn't even need. So I'm not for it at all. If you got a question for me, I'll answer it.
Supervisor Humphrey.
No question.
Supervisor Klein. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're fine. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. I enjoyed it. Thank you. I got to go to work.
Yes, sir. Hang on, Bob. Well, come on up. You have something?
Yes.
Okay, come on up.
Thank you. Two things I meant to mention earlier is, one, and I know I had a conversation myself and Adam did with Mr. Dalton and with Mr. Beauchamp, was in the ordinance, and I was just trying to find it in there, and it was talking about, like, if there's a complaint, and how that, in my opinion, in our opinion, that complaint has to be verified. So just because somebody calls up and said, hey, these people are causing loud parties and everything, that needs to be followed up by at least an observation from a sheriff's deputy or something like that. Or it could be whatever type of inspector you have. You know, and obviously the inspector probably isn't going to be working, or the code enforcement, I guess it would be. They probably won't be working at night, I would imagine. But if it's a trash thing, that would be easier. But if just because somebody calls and says, hey, there's a loud party, that has to be verified by somebody, not just somebody calling in and making an erroneous complaint. And then another thing some people had talked to me about and you might be the gentleman to answer this, is what are your plans for the inspector or the zoning thing? Are they going to be doing inspections, or what's your guys' goal for that?
May I answer that, Chairman?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the two questions, I'll answer. The first one is, yes, we're complaint-based. Code enforcement, health department, we're complaint-based. So we don't get a phone call and believe that person on the other line. When we get a complaint, we go out to the property and we have to have a visual on the complaint. And then we typically don't even offer or cite a notice of violation on the first time. We basically will get in contact with the homeowner and say, we received this complaint, can you handle it? So that's how we handle it. We don't go out there and then just hand out notice of violations on the first time. If it's a repeat offender, yes, we do. If it's a repeat offender, we will have the documentation, then we will, we'll issue a notice of violation. And in this particular case, so this ordinance sort of splits the job responsibilities into two areas. One is the fees will pay for the administrative costs, and then we already have a code enforcement officer on Randy's staff, and we already have a full-time code enforcement officer on Josh Beck's staff for the garbage complaints with the public health. So they handle all the complaints out there. So that's how it's split up. I hope I answered that, the two questions. Did I answer those okay?
So are you saying that the permit fees that are charged would be used to fund the code enforcement person?
No, I'm saying the opposite. Okay. They are not used to fund that.
Okay. Thank you, Michael.
That's it.
Just add one thing really quick. One completely opposite way to know if there's noise, and that's again one of the most egregious problems we all agree is noise, loud parties, people being noise aware. It's a product that I use at both of our properties, and if it's over a certain decibel, it tells me. It could tell other people. That it would solve the problem.
So what
The
problem?
noise problem. It could.
It's an item the owner would buy to sit up in their house. And
Yes.
If the decibel hits, it notifies the owner you're having a loud party in your room. But that's something they can't mandate.
Not saying parties.
Yeah, that's something that'd be left up to the short-term rental owners, certainly. Yeah, any tools.
I mean, it's just a good tool.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, that felt good. We have one more piece of paper. Mr. Kevin, is it Korzite?
Korzite, very close.
Korzite.
Right Freeman Drive.
Okay, please.
Thank you, council member, board. I appreciate all of your time. I came at a previous meeting, talked about, my wife and I are developing up in Pine, been a dream of ours. When this ordinance came out, it was a little bit of a dream killer for us because we were hoping to Airbnb to help kind of finance our dream of getting up there. I intentionally didn't submit a blue sheet when I got in because I know that we were trying to keep the comments brief. But there was one topic about the fees per unit on one piece of property. And it could pertain to us. We're looking at doing a home with a casita, like a guest house. And so in that instance, the zoning ordinances are very clear as far as residential density per unit or lot size. And so technically on my lot, I can have, it's like 4 or 5 dwellings. Now each one of those dwellings can have a guest house. So you do the math, that's a whole bunch. I have no intention of building it out. One, you'd be jam-packed next to each other. That's not what we want for our residents. But the zoning states that that's allowed. Just the same, Mr. Humphreys, the zoning states about RV parks and about motels. This is a residential use. Even if I maximize my zoning density as allowed by the ordinance, that's still a residential use. It does not fall into motels or RV parks or anything else. Now, if we do have multiple campers there, yes, it would become an RV park because that is managed that way. So my point is residential, and it needs to be managed as such. I don't think it's safe to lump, that use into, well, now you're running a motel because they're Airbnbs. Now you're running something different because, it's not purely residential. I have one APN, I get one tax bill from the county, and so in my mind, that makes a whole lot of sense. There's one fee associated, one license to cover that property. If the goal of this is to seek compliance from the Airbnb owners so they're not, doing egregious acts and being a bad actor, I would suggest that actually having one fee helps, because if that fee gets suspended and I have 3 to 4, dwellings on this property, all of that is at risk over that one license. If you split it out, pay $250, that one gets shut down, I've got 3 more. So if your goal is to try to create compliance, I think one fee is sufficient.
Okay, I appreciate
Thank you.
that. It's a good thought, something to consider. Okay, Supervisor Humphrey, any more before I move on?
I'll move on and I'll have comments later.
Okay.
Comments to what was said.
What you think?
No, I don't have anything. I think it went well.
Okay, I'm going to close that. I'm going to forego item 3. I don't think we need to.
Okay, well, hold on. If you're going to leave this completely,
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, my hat's off to the people that rent their own properties. Well, whether when they live in the property and do it. I don't have a lot of complaints in my district because most of the people live at the place that they rent, or they've inherited their parents' house, which is 2 blocks away, and they're using that. So my hat's off to that. So when I look at what started out to be a rent-a-room, so the way I look at that is there's 2 different deals here. It's rent-a-room or a corporation. Someone has property that they want to make a little extra money with. How sweet that is. Somebody that wants to buy up an entire city and turn it in Gila County and turn it into an Airbnb facility, I'm not for that. Like Sedona, their board had to pass, not the supervisor, I think the city, they had to pass a law that if you prove you have a job, you can live in our park, because of their so many short-term rentals buying up the property, made the property so expensive that someone with a regular job could not live there. And so I don't want that to happen in Gila County. And so where do we draw that line, and how do we draw that line? Which is why I asked the one question, how many do you have and how close do you live? Okay, so where I'm at, if you live on your Airbnb, we don't have any problems. You're not going to allow us to have any problems. Okay, but not everybody wants to live where their Airbnb is. Okay, so what if we do a limit? Okay, you got to live within 100 miles of your Airbnb. Would something like that be fair? Then we're going to control it. People from California aren't going to buy up most of Pine and Strawberry and turn them into Airbnbs, because they're a phone call away and they can have somebody else represent them. And pretty soon, we don't have a piece of Gila County anymore. California does. That's just a throwing out a way example. But where I'm at is, okay, we have a lot of problems. We've heard a lot of issues and a lot of things that shouldn't happen. Okay, I've got 10 of them. I think I had them all have for $250. If you go to the store and you buy a roast and you buy 5 of them, when you get to the cashier, say, oh, you bought 5, you get $30 off. No, they don't. If you go to the dealership and buy a car, I want 10 of those. But they say, oh, 10, you can get 10 for the price of 1. No, they don't, because if you have 5 of them, do you rent those cheaper than you do 1, or do you rent them all 5 for the same price? So anyway, we're just in a discussion. That's some of my thoughts. They're probably not going to make an ordinance, but that's kind of my opinion, looking at the big picture, because somehow we have to control this and not let it turn into a dragon, as it has in some of these cities. And so, like I say, if you want to rent a room, if you've got some extra property, believe me, I fully support Discover Gila County. I want it to be a destination, not a pass-through. But there's a happy medium there somewhere, And so I'm looking at the big picture. I don't want somebody to own 35 and live somewhere else, because then they don't care about the neighborhood. They don't care about what's going on. So anyway, my big deal when I work with staff, we have two different issues here. One, are they renting a room or just some supplemental income? Or are they turning it into a corporation? That's like moving into my living room and telling me my refrigerator is in your way because you want more space. I don't believe in that. So I think there's got to be a happy medium. But when I look at that big picture, that's kind of where I am at as a supervisor as we go forward in trying to hit this happy medium. I mean, I'm all for them, but I'm not into them turning into corporations that just take over towns. So anyway, Mr. Chair, I'm finished.
Okay, good. Mr. Klein, any more?
A little bit.
Okay.
So short-term rentals is like the #1 investment right now that's out there. You can't go wrong. You buy a piece of property with the house on it, you rent it out for however long you want to rent it, and then you sell the property for more money usually than you paid for it. So it's a really good investment. I don't blame anybody for doing it. I think that's what you should be doing. We're all out there to make some money, get by. So my take of it is that I am fully in support of short-term rentals. We just need to take care of the ones that are doing it wrong and make them fly right. That's my whole goal. That's the goal I've set and has been on all along. I want to thank these guys up here for having this work session again and bringing it back up. We spent months and months on this prior to that ordinance, and now you guys are aware and you'll be watching. The other meetings will be posted. They'll be out there. We hopefully will see you all back here again, and we will get it right. The only thing that I am in question of is, since obviously we're looking at some changes, how do we go about taking care of the ordinance that's in place to start May 30th?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Klein, I don't believe that we have a date for it to be activated. That'll have to be by a board action. Okay. Actually make it effective and that we start charging fees and stuff. That has not been established, so.
I honestly thought we voted on that.
Can you clarify that, please? Because I always thought it was May 31st. That's what I
Okay.
thought. Please clarify that.
Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Menlove, yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes, the ordinance does say at the end of May, but we have postponed that because of the input that the Board of Supervisors wanted from the residents. So at this particular time, we're not going to fully enforce that moving
Fully
forward.
enforced, what does that mean?
We're not going to move forward with it.
So you won't enforce it at all? Not fully, you won't enforce it all?
And so what we'll do is we're going to be looking to meet with staff, county administration, come back around August for another work session with a draft and present it then. And then if the board wants us to move forward with that, then probably in September we'll bring the edits back in front of the board to the current ordinance. But until then, yes, we're not doing anything with the ordinance.
Okay. You guys got it?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Klein, we'll bring it back to the board to make it official declaration by the Board of Supervisors that we are going to postpone or push off to a further date activation of the ordinance. Would that be fair? Okay.
Thank you.
We all got that, right?
Okay, and I think staff has enough to try and work through, so it's not a done deal, it's a work in progress.
If I may, just one.
Yes.
And Mr. O'Driscoll, you said staff will bring it back to the board for a review. Will the review be on our website so we don't get another ordinance passed that we end up with this again, so that the 250 or 400 people or whoever got together to create this piece of paper? I mean, once staff works on what they feel is a good compromise of today.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Can that be publicized as well as come back to the board, so we don't approve something that we just start all over again?
Absolutely, sir. We'll post it on our website. You know, anybody could look at the work sessions online for
Right.
them being posted. And I believe
Yeah.
Kathy Melvin is going to be posting it in some of the community sites out in Young.
Yeah,
And we'll
that-
try and reach out to some of the Facebook and social sites.
I appreciate that, and I understand it'll be kind of a difficult deal, but once we get what we think, or our staff thinks is good from what we ended up with today, then that gives the public a chance to contact their supervisors before we're past something that we end up that, the people that we work for aren't real happy with what we did again.
Absolutely. And for everyone here, if you
Thank you.
go for a work session, when we post a work session, the document that we'll discuss during the work session will be on that site. So everyone can download it and take a look at it before coming here.
Yeah, thank you. So work session means we do not take action, okay? So the next thing we are going to see on this is a work session, okay? And so we won't be voting on it on that day either. Okay, so item number 3, I think I can forego this time call to the public. We've called everybody. Item 4, oh, Cassandra, do you have anybody on the internet that wishes to talk? No, sir. How many do we have today? We're up to about 50. Okay, good amount. So a lot of participation today, and it's been a long day, a long meeting. At this time, item number 4, any of the members of the board or the county manager may present a brief summary of current events. Mr. Menlove, do you have anything?
Nothing further today, Mr.
Thank you. Supervisor Humphrey.
Just real quick, recent activities. I was interviewed by Holly Bach of Channel 3 News about the bridge. It was night. We were standing on 188 with the bridge in the background, so they're getting ready to do a story, I think, with us going to be doing the ribbon cutting. I attended a Central Arizona Regional Council meeting, CAG. I held a dumpster day in Gila, and that's always interesting. Attended a Brownville Ag Day. Great to go out and see all the 4-H kids in action as ranch hands. Attended a candidate forum in Tonto Basin, and I attended a Friends of the NRA dinner. And that does it for me, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Supervisor. Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On April 17th, we had small counties in Phoenix. On the 18th, I attended the County Supervisors Association and was voted in as the voting member in Arizona for the Western Regional Board. And so I'll be representing Arizona on that board. That board deals with all natural resource type projects and issues. So that's a really good one to be on. Last week, I attended the Western Governors Association Conference in Phoenix and was one of 5 on a panel to answer questions and talk about smoke impacts and wildfire impacts on the state of Arizona. So really, really cool deal. I really enjoyed that one. It was good. This week on Thursday and Friday, I'll be attending the Eastern Arizona County's Eco Field Trip, and we're going to be starting in Payson. That field trip will have about 55 state legislatures with it, and we'll be taking them around and showing them different aspects of thinning projects, logging projects, and so forth. And we did this, let's see, I think it was about 6 years ago. And it was a really good deal. Get those folks out there and let them see what they're helping us with. Also, our summer work program is out there. We had some really good turnout, number of applicants for Payson. It looks like we're going to put together 2 different YCC crews, one in the north, one in the south. And I know a bunch of you haven't been here before, but this is all money that's coming from the state. It's workforce money that wasn't being able to be spent in other places. This all happened because I attended a governor's breakfast in Superior, and she fell in there and helped support this program to the tune of about $306,000 this year. It will totally fund our county youth program, including the YCC kids this year in Gila County. Last year we had just, I think there were just a little over 60 kids. Hopefully this year we're gonna have more. Payson Roundup put a deal out on it, totally wrong. If you read it, you might as well use it to start fires in the morning, because it was totally wrong. And so, that's where we're at with that. We've been doing this program now, what, Tim, 7 years?
Yeah, 7 years, and it started out with 2, and now you said last year we had 60.
Yeah.
What a great deal for the youth.
Yeah, and so,
To educate.
because it is state money this year for our youth program, we're able to reach across into the other county and help fund some kids in there, like Kearney, Dudleyville, down in that into the county where work is hard to come by. There's not a lot of fast food restaurants and things like that. So we're working with different schools and cities and towns, public works offices, things like that. So it's really come together really well this year. We're hoping it goes off fine, and hopefully the governor will help us again next year. So yes, summer work was it? Yeah, yeah. And Young, we even had a problem trying to find kids to go to work there for the regular youth program. Like Kathy said, the main interest in Payson was the YCC. So, and I can understand why. Those kids are going to work with Forest Service. They're going to be working in about 5 different functions in the government, and so it's really cool. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Klein. Yeah, I read that same article this morning.
You can throw it away.
Basically said that, I mean, it was kind of just that most of the money is all going to go south into Pinal and all southern part of the county. And
Do you think that comment will make the paper?
yeah.
Me?
Do you think your comment
I
will
hope
make the paper?
it's clarified.
They probably will, but it'll be in a different context than that.
So, not everybody gets it right 100% of the time, so we'll just hope that maybe there'll be
One out of the whole year?
Supervisor Klein. You are being recorded. I also attended the Brownsville day after. Very nice, great program. The Browns really work hard, donate a lot of their time, energy, and efforts.
How many kids did they have go through there this year?
Oh, 100 or more.
I don't know. It seemed like a bunch when I was out there. There was just kids everywhere. They had 5 different things, and at each thing, I'll bet there was probably 20 to 30 kids at each thing. So it was lots, and I'm sure we can get that information, but I didn't get that information.
And now Lori has dedicated a couple of sheds, like large sheds for a museum. And so she's got a family museum that shows a lot of the Browns, and then also another like things that used to be back at turn of the 19th century and things, the way they used to do stuff. And she even has a display of telephone. And the kids were like, oh, how do you get signal on that? No, they really did not know that there was a wire that would be attached to the phone. And they're like, a wire? How does that work? Anyway, so it's good. They're able to see that stuff. And these were phones that I remember having. So anyway, tonight I have a tea party meeting, and so I'll be going to that and Payson. So that's all I have. So if there's nothing else, then I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.